What's going on, guys? My name is PJ, and on my channel I talk about different ways that we can connect more and more to our true self. Today I am very elated, very excited to make this intro for this series that actually was the genesis, or I guess I could say the regenesis of my YouTube channel. When I made this series, it re-sparked my love for making YouTube videos and sharing what I've learned. And so I wanted to compile all the videos in the series, so book recommendations from type 1 to all the way to type 9. I wanted to compile them in one video, as I've found that those are a little bit easier to find on YouTube. So I wanted to maximize the helpfulness of this series for those who haven't seen it yet by compiling them. But I wanted to make this updated intro, as you know, it was about 8 months ago, probably at this point, when I started making that series, and I personally have read a lot of new books since then. So I wanted to add some new books into the intro. So each type, besides the books that I've already mentioned for that type, these new books can also be helpful for each of these types, and I'll jump into that soon in a little bit. But I wanted to make this intro to talk about a little bit about what this series is and was. I basically felt like each Enneagram type, just by the nature of being a certain type, has certain blind spots. Like, that's given, that's part of the territory. So I wanted each of these books to serve as a light. I feel like I have a lot of lights shining on me, and they're brightening all my spots, especially the spots that I don't want to be brightened up. But anyways, these books are going to be like these lights. They're going to brighten up these blind spots, these shadow aspects, and help each person of each type see these more and more. So by those aspects, those shadow aspects being illuminated through these books, then the whole of our being is illuminated, versus having some of it be in our awareness and some of it being a shadow aspect that we have no awareness of. These books help shine light on those aspects so that we can have the whole of ourselves be illuminated. So I have some new books that I wanted to recommend alongside all these other books. So I'll jump into that right now. There's quite a few of them, so I'm going to read it off my phone. But let's go ahead and get started with these two books that I'm going to recommend. I recommend these two books for all types. So, whatever books I've already recommended, just add these to the list. Those two books are, number one, The Body Keeps the Score. So this is a book that I recently kind of have been reading and discovered. But basically, I felt like it's important for every person of each type to read this book, because A, we all live in a body. B, we've all probably have had some sort of traumatic experience, and trauma doesn't have to be this gigantic, event or incident, which I'm sure a lot of us have had those as well. But it could be very minor, and understanding how our body, how our musculature keeps on to these traumatic experiences, no matter how big or small, and how it affects our physiology and also our psychology as well. But our physiology is what keeps these emotions of the past intact within our system. I think that is a very helpful topic to explore and learn about, and checking out that book is a phenomenal step in that direction of understanding what kind of traumatic emotional experiences from the past is my body still holding on to. And now with this second book, I'm going to talk about how we can release and let go of those emotions. The second book that I recommend for every type is the book Letting Go, The Pathway of Surrender. I highly recommend that you check out my video on this book. I'll tag it up there. But basically this video actually became my most popular video, and I'm so glad, because even for me, it was a reminder of how valuable this technique that is taught in this book, the letting go technique, how valuable it is. It was almost like seeing that many people, big number of people from me watch that video and resonate with it and find it valuable. It was like, whoa, it was a reminder for me that, this is some powerful stuff. So that book I recommended for each type, all of the types, because if the body keeps the score, helps us identify these things that are blockages in our system, then the letting go book and the letting go technique helps us release those and be free of those. And one example that I use in my letting go video is that it's almost like we are in a balloon, and this balloon would naturally, its natural tendency is to go up, but it's as if these emotional blockages, these traumatic experiences, the scores that our body is holding on to, these things are holding our vibration down, holding our consciousness down from going up naturally as it's desiring to do. And with the letting go technique, what we're doing is we're releasing these blocks. You can see them as like bricks that are holding down our consciousness. As we let them go, release them, we actually start to go up and up, because we're releasing all those blocks, all those bricks that are holding that balloon down, that balloon that you can say is our consciousness that wants to go up and elevate. If you want to learn kind of more about what I just talked about, please check out that video. I believe that you will find it very helpful. So those two books, I don't know why I showed up for. Those two books are helpful for every type in my opinion. So now let's jump into my new additions to books for each type to read. So let's go in and talk about my additions to the type 1 book recommendations. And I want to go ahead and say that when I first started making that series, I thought it'd be cool to do like one book recommendation for type 1, 2 book recommendations for type 2. But then I was like, that's kind of unfair to type 1s, they're not getting enough books. So I added a bunch of recommendations to the type 1 book recommendation list. So I'll go ahead and share those with you. The first book is actually a recent book I've been reading, and I thought, wow, this book is amazing. And I had heard a lot about it, but hadn't read it. And I bought the audiobook, so I've been checking it out. But it's really good, and I think type 1s, type 2s, type 3s, type 4s, type 7s, and type 9s will find this book very helpful. I also was tempted to make this a recommendation for all types, and by all means, any type, whatever type you are, you can go check that book out. It's really good, and I believe you will find it helpful, no matter what type you are. But those types in particular are going to find this book very helpful. This book is called Essentialism, and it's all about, simplifying our lives. It's a lot of people who talk about minimalism on YouTube, they talk about this book as well. Essentialism is my number one edition, my first edition to book recommendations for type 1. The second book recommendation that I am adding to the list for type 1s is actually an audio program, and it's called Your Breathing Body. So type 1s being a part of the body triad, the thing that they experience is that they have a lot of tension. They hold on to a lot. They try to suppress a lot of emotions and not allow, it's almost like they're trying to put a lid on these emotions and not let it, come out. But this book, this audio program, Your Breathing Body, teaches 10 different techniques to get more in touch with our body. And similar to the Letting Go book, this program is very helpful in helping us become more aware of what we're feeling in our bodies. And I believe that will be very helpful for type 1s because, due to holding down all this pressure, sometimes they may, really shut off certain aspects of their body, of their being. And this program helps us get more in touch with those parts of our body, and I think I found it very helpful. It's very practical. It's you can say a yoga book in a sense, but it's all about getting in touch with the body through laying down. The gentleman who teaches like 10 different ways where in the same posture, a laying down posture, we're gonna do like these different exercises to get more in touch with our body. Super helpful, check it out. And again, those 2 books I first recommended for all types, those are obviously in this list as well. The Body Keeps the Score, Letting Go, highly recommend. And the last one that I recommend is also another audio program or audio book, but it's called The Yin and Yang of Self-Compassion. This is actually a program that I recommended when I made my video. You can find this video on my channel, 5 questions for each Enneagram type to ask themselves. For type 1s, I recommended checking out that book when I was going over one of the questions. And I thought this would be a great opportunity for me to include that. This audio program is very helpful in teaching type 1s how to have more self-compassion for themselves, because type 1s, probably out of any other type, they can be the hardest on themselves. So learning self-compassion and understanding how self-compassion, just like so many things in life, has a polarity, has a yin and yang aspect. And this program really helps you bring both of those, so you can work with both of those. Not just like self-love in a little flowery way, but also what is the yang way of that? What is how do I take positive action for myself for self-compassion? So that program can be very helpful in that endeavor of caring for yourself, because type 1s, you deserve it. You do so much for everybody else, and you are holding so much inside and struggling, honestly, so much inside. So you deserve compassion. You deserve some self-compassion. That program, I believe, is a great start on that journey. So that is my additions for type 1s. I hope that helps you. And again, please check out, the video, the book recommendations for type 1 at the, further down the road in this video. Check that out. It's only 1 book, but I believe that book can be very helpful for you. All right, type 2s, my additions to the list for type 2s. Number 1, How to Do the Work by Dr. Nicole LePera, or the Holistic Psychologist on Instagram. This book is a very good, general psychology / holistic health kind of book. And it combines a lot of different powerful tools, such as boundaries, inner child work, shadow work, trauma work, all that stuff in one little book. And I think this book will be very helpful for you. How to Do the Work, especially the chapter on boundaries. Okay, second book, I've already talked about it, Essentialism. This book, recent discovery of mine, very, 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 very phenomenal, good book. I believe it can be very good for type 2s to read this book, because type 2s tend to take on a lot of work, a lot of wanting to be helpful for other people, and sometimes what is lost in the midst of all that helpfulness is what is essential for them, for their purpose, for their mission in this life, for who they are and what they want. And that book really helps you get more in touch with what is essential, what is important to do, and what is important to me, which is an important question for type 2s to ask themselves. So that is the second addition to the list for type 2s. My third addition to the book recommendation list for type 2s is actually something I just already mentioned in type 1s, which is The Yin and Yang of Self-Compassion. Type 2s have so much compassion for other people. However, what they tend to forget sometimes is compassion for, number 1, themselves. Because, cheesy metaphor, but it's like you cannot fill other people's cup from an empty cup. And having self-compassion and learning the practices in that book really helps you fill your own cup, love yourself, care for yourself, so that you can do more of that which really makes you happy, which is, helping others. All right, I have one recommendation for type 3s to add to the list, and that is a book I've already mentioned, Essentialism. Type 3s, just like type 2s, but in a different way, can take on so much work and so many different projects and just want to do a great job at all of them. However, what sometimes may get lost in that is what is essential. I do believe that type 3s are pretty good at knowing what is essential, but oftentimes they know what is essential to their success, and let's say the success of their company or whatever organization they're a part of, they know what is essential to that, but they forget to ask themselves, what is essential to me? What do I want? What do I care about? So I know what are the right actions to make our company successful, but what are the essential actions or the essential things to do to make me happy, for my happiness, for my journey in this life. And so I think that book will be very helpful for you to understand what is important to you, not just what is going to be the most important actions to take to make whatever organization you're a part of successful. So check that book out. I think you'll find it very beneficial. My additions to the book recommendation list for type 4s. I've already talked about one of them. Well, I've already talked about both of them, but Letting Go, like I said, in the first section, book recommendation for all type. However, I wanted to add a little caveat. I wanted to mention it again, this type 4 section, because type 4s, the stereotype for type 4s is that they have, sad, melancholic feelings that they sometimes love to be with, and it's like they want to hug these feelings, which is beautiful. But just like each personality type takes something that is good and overdoes it, does it too much. Type 4s may want to love on that melancholic feeling too much and be too buddy with it and not want to let it go. But if you hold on to those feelings, sometimes they don't allow you to actualize your fullest potential. So the Letting Go book will be very helpful, and the Letting Go technique, obviously that's taught in that book, will be very helpful for you in allowing you to let go of some of that grief, some of that envy, some of that whatever feeling you've become best friends with. But maybe it's time for you to let that friend go because it's not serving you. And it's like there's a saying that says, show me your friends and I show you your future. Well, feelings can become our friends, and certain feelings are not going to be the best friends for us to evolve and grow into our highest potential. So the Letting Go book, I believe, will be very helpful in releasing those and letting those go. Second book for type 4s that I'm adding to the list is the book I've already talked about a bunch of times, Essentialism. Again, for type 4s, type 4s have the tendency to have so many different interests and so many different things, and oftentimes what they may forget or lose sight of is what is essential, what is important. And the path of growth for type 4s is to have that structure, that essentialism of type 1s. And I think that book is going to help you bring some of that integration, some more of that integration point into your life and into your being. So those are my additions for type 4s. My book recommendation addition to the book recommendations list for type 5s. That was the hardest phrase I've ever said in my life. This one I've already talked about, Your Breathing Body. It's an audio program, but it's so good, especially I believe for type 5s, because type 5s are one of the types that feel like, it's almost like they're the type that feels like if they didn't even have the body, they just had the mind, they'd be good. They don't even need the body. And this feeling of being out of touch, not really feeling your body, it's like not inhabiting your body, is as if like it's just a shell and you're like a mind. That feeling may be familiar for type 5s. However, it's very important. And the path of growth for type 5s is to go to 8, which is super embodied, right? It's super inhabiting their physicality. This program, Your Breathing Body, it's very practical, and it teaches tools of how to get in touch with the feelings of your bodies, with the sensations of your body. And I believe type 5s will find this very helpful. And obviously the two books I've already recommended, Letting Go and The Body Keeps the Score. Check those books out. My recommendations for all of the types, but certainly for type 5s as well. All right, my additions to the list for type 6. I've already talked about, Letting Go book, Pathway of Surrender. This other book I've already talked about in some of the other types, The Yin and Yang of Self-Compassion. Is actually an audio program, but I believe type 6s can benefit from learning the different ways that they can care for themselves. Both the yin side of it and the yang side of it, which is more action oriented, and the yin side of it is more like nurturing, soothing yourself, calming yourself oriented. My other addition to the list, book recommendation list for type 6s, is the book How to Do the Work by Dr. Nicole LePera, which I already talked about in type 2's addition to the list. But this book can be very, very helpful for you because, like I said, it combines a lot of different valuable tools and has them in one package, and I believe you will find it helpful. Maybe if not all the chapters, certainly some of the chapters. This other book I may have already recommended for type 6, but I may have not, and if I haven't, then I highly recommend it now. And it's called Can't Hurt Me by David Goggins. For type 6s, having that virtue of courage, tapping into that virtue of courage, embodying courage, I think is very important. And I personally have not found that many books that are as powerful as this book is in making you more courageous. I remember when I read it, it was almost like it just lit a fire inside me. It was like I felt unstoppable and I felt renewed, like a renewed feeling, a zest for life, a renewed energy for life. And it just completely shifted my perspective, and I believe it can do so for type 6s. So highly recommend that. Can't Hurt Me by David Goggins. All right, my addition to the list for type 7s. In my original type 7 book recommendation list, I've already recommended a bunch of books, so those are all helpful still. However, I've talked about this book for a lot of the types. I'm adding it to the list for type 7s as well. That book is Essentialism. I think it's obvious why type 7s need that. Type 7s are notorious for too much activity, too much going on, too much fun things to do. But what gets lost in the midst of all that fun activity is what is essential. And I think that book will be very helpful for you in identifying what is essential, what is important to do, so that you can focus on that. All right, my addition to the list, the book recommendation list for type 8s, is something I've recommended for all the types already, but it's the Letting Go book, The Pathway of Surrender. Super important for type 8s because type 8s tend to express the anger and the energy and the emotions that they feel, but it would benefit them if they can learn how to sit with that and process that and digest that versus immediately going into projecting that outwards. So check that book out. I believe you will find it very, very helpful. All right, my book recommendations for type 9s. My type 9 original book recommendation list was already the longest one because I am a type 9. So I was like, these books changed my life. You guys need to read them if you're a 9. But I am adding more to the list. I've already talked about Letting Go. And this other book I've already mentioned in other book recommendations. But Your Breathing Body. That program, super helpful to get in touch with your body because for 9s, getting in touch with your body is essential. It's a massive, massive, massive part of your growth because your body is where your energy is. It's where your life force is. It's where your sense of purpose, like what drives me, what fuels me, what pulls me. Those things, if you don't get in touch with your body, you will never be able to fully tap into and discover those. So Your Breathing Body, I highly recommend that audio program. All right, this new addition to the list for type 9s, I've already said it in almost all the other types, but Essentialism, the book Essentialism, super important, pretty obvious why it's super important for type 9s. Type 9s can tend to either get lost in other people's agendas or get lost in non-important, non-essential activities and make, what is the saying this gentleman who wrote the book Essentialism says? He says, majoring in minor activities. He says like non-essential people who are not an essentialist and they are a non-essentialist, they tend to major in minor activities. Who does that sound like? Type 9s. We tend to major in minor activities, especially at lower levels of health, and not be able to identify what is essential, what is important to me, and what is important to do right now. So if you want to not have other people, bark at you and say, have you done this thing yet? Have you done this thing yet? This thing is essential, and remind you all the time, and you want yourself to be the person who's going to remind you of that, check that book out. It's going to give you a lot of helpful tools on how to figure out what is essential. Lastly, my last addition to the list for type 9s is the book or audio program. You can find it in both versions. called Awareness by Anthony DeMello, and it's super helpful just to become more aware, because type 9s, their tendency or their stereotype is that they tend to go to sleep and not be aware, not have awareness in their life as to what they want, what's going on. They tend to have that sloth about their own desires and go to sleep to that. So checking that book out will be tremendously beneficial and helpful. So that's it. Those are all my recommendations, my new recommendations for each of the types. I highly encourage you to check those out, plus the books I've already recommended in the original book recommendation series. I am a lifelong reader. I love reading and I love sharing what I've learned and what I've read with you. So I'm sure that every year I'm gonna have a bunch of new recommendations and new additions to this list, in which case I'll probably make a yearly edition of this series. So I hope you guys check those out, and I hope that this edition list was helpful for you. I'm not gonna keep you longer than I already have. Please check out the original book recommendation videos for your type, as I believe you will find them helpful. Thank you, and enjoy the rest of the show. What's up, guys? My name is PJ. On this particular series, I want to recommend one book, and the book is chosen to help that individual from a certain type see their own blind spot, or come to terms, come to peace with a certain aspect of themselves that is hard to accept. I will release one video a week about each different type, and without further ado, I'm going to go ahead and get started with type 1. First, before I go into the book recommendations, it's good to look at what the type 1 is having a hard time seeing. So the type 1 personality is a personality that seeks to be the perfect person, seeks to be the perfect example of how to be a civilized, good person. So whatever the value system is in a certain place of what is perfect, what is good, they seek to be that and embody that. And through the search of being this perfect person, a lot of times what tends to happen is that they are so hard on themselves. They are so critical of themselves. Because ultimately, if we have an image of perfection, if we have an ideal, we're always falling short of that ideal. It's not bad to have an ideal, but it's bad if we keep always thinking, wow, look at me, I'm still not that ideal that I seek to be. So the type 1 personality has a very, very, very loud inner critic that is always talking to them. You're not good enough. You're not perfect enough. You're not, you haven't reached the ideal yet, and you are still not at the bottom of it good enough. Excuse me. So when it comes to the book recommendations, I think, or really the main book, I'm going to recommend one book to type 1 Enneagram individuals. And that the reason I've chosen that book is because if the message you're constantly receiving is that I'm not good enough, is that I'm not perfect, then what you need to have is a book that shines a light on your own worthiness, that shines a light on what you're not seeing about yourself, and ultimately helps you come to a greater measure of acceptance of yourself. The book I'm going to recommend today is from an individual that she herself has said that she's a type 1. And this book is phenomenal for type 1s, and I'm pretty sure she wrote it before she realizes she's a type 1. And this book is by Brené Brown, who is a shame researcher. She studies shame. She studies the things that get in the way of us experiencing joy, sense of worthiness. She has a very good saying that she says, when we don't believe in our own worthiness, we're always going to be hustling for our worthiness. And how many times have you felt that? And how many times a type 1 individual feels that in general? that I'm not worthy, let me work for it. Let me show other people why I am worthy. Let me bring them to see my worthiness, even though I'm not going to see it myself. You know, basically what she's saying is that we're going to hustle for it. We're going to say, let me show you that I'm good enough. And that's a vicious cycle that none of us really want to be on. You know, it's a never-ending hustle to prove our worthiness versus recognizing the fact that we are already worthy, that we are already good, that we are already perfect, even though we might feel imperfect. Not perfect like holier than that, but like we are good, inherently good. You know, that's a very healing message for type 1 individual to read, but really ultimately all of us, because ultimately when we study Enneagram, it's like these types just show certain tendencies in an amplified way for all of us, all of us to see. For example, I'm a type 9, so the type 9 tendency is one that it puts its own needs so deep down that it forgets it in order to not ask for it, because it doesn't want to ruin the peace, the harmony of the surrounding environments. So that, although that is amplified in a type 9 individual, but that is a tendency that a lot of us fall into at times, you know, or we might fall into at different levels of feeling well, feeling healthy, you know. So the book that I wanted to recommend for type 1s is The Gifts of Imperfection by Brene Brown. In this book, she being a type 1 herself, yeah, and being a shame researcher, it's so handy because type 1s use that inner critic within a type 1 uses really nasty, vicious tools like shame and guilt and overly criticizing yourself. It does that in order to push the type 1 individual to perfection. Now, Brene Brown, the tagline of this book basically is let go of who you think you're supposed to be and embrace who you are. Your guide to a wholehearted life. And basically, the way she gathered her research as a shame researcher, from my understanding, is that, you know, she sat down and interviewed like thousands of people, and from there, and her goal was to figure out what it looks like to live what she calls a wholehearted life, a full life, experiencing deep connection, deep levels of joy, fulfillment, peace, things like that. And one thing that she realized after interviewing so many people is that she realized that the people who lived that way, who lived that wholehearted life, had certain characteristics, and the people who struggled to have that kind of a life, that wholehearted life as she calls it, had certain things that got in the way of them living that wholehearted life, that life that you wake up every morning and you're excited to be a participant in that life, to live that life. And one of the main things that got in the way of that was, you know, shame. And shame is so prevalent in type 1 individuals. And, you know, me being a 9 myself, and knowing that I have the two wings, if you're familiar with the Enneagram and you look at the Enneagram diagram, the 9 is at the top, so it's like at the 12 o'clock, let's say, and the 1 is at it's basically right side if you're looking at it. So you have the one wing, the two numbers on the side of your number or any type are the wings of that type, and you know, one might be more dominant, but nonetheless you have aspects of both. So for me, I do have that one wing, and you know, that 8 wing also, but like that one wing, the way it shows itself for me is this constant desire to improve myself, this desire for self-help and self-improvement, and it's a never-ending journey. But a lot of times I feel like I should have reached the destination by now because I've been on this journey for so long. And then what happens is that I feel guilt, I feel shame, I feel like, man, I should have been ahead. I should have been further along than I am now. So reading this book has been super helpful for me, because it talks about how, when we are unaware of our own inherent worthiness, we hustle for it, like I said. And this book helps us, basically it highlights Brene Brown's journey herself to finding her wholehearted life. That's a difficult word to say sometimes, but that wholehearted life. And you know, she says, this is not a direct quote, but it's a paraphrase of like, until we go through the mud, until we go through what she calls like the swamp of these things that we don't want to talk about, like shame. These things are gonna get in the way of us living that true, authentic, wholehearted life that we want, that we all seek to live. And it's such an important message for type 1s to hear, because, as a type 1 individual, and this is actually something that I've came to realize too, like, if a type 1 individual can understand and can reach this level of seeing their own inherent worthiness, then we all can, because nobody is as hard on themselves as a type 1 individual. So if they can crack that code of worthiness, if they can discover that inherent worthiness, we all have hope. We all do. And I've been in part of different groups recently where I've established like a men's group. We meet once a week, and I found that so many, in that case, so many men, but so many people in general have a hard time, including myself, have a hard time sometimes believing in that inherent worthiness. So when you look at a type 1 individual who has reached that place, who has realized their seeking of perfection, their never-ending pursuit of being the ideal, a person that has realized the inherent trap in that search, and has come to a place where it's like, where they're like, I'm good now, I'm good as I am. Yes, I can improve. Yes, I can become better. Yes, I can seek to make the environment around me perfect. But it's not like, if it's not that, yeah, then I'm bogged down by so much shame, by so much guilt. No, like, you can look at it like a game. Like, yeah, I played a game of seeking to improve myself. I played a game of seeking to make the environment around me perfect, or be perfect at my craft, or whatever I do. But it's a game. I have fun with it while recognizing my inherent worthiness. And those are things that this book really will help individuals find. So for this first, I'm going to try to make a series of book recommendations for each type on the Enneagram. And this book, I'm pretty sure, is recommended by so many people to type 1 individuals. And I was recently listening to a different Enneagram book, an audiobook called The Enneagram of Belonging. And Brene Brown had written the what do you call it, like the preface, or I forgot what it's called, the exact wording, but she wrote the introduction to it, or so to speak. And she says that was when kind of like, the author, I forgot his name right now, but the person who wrote the Enneagram of Belonging, his work helped Brene become more enthused by the Enneagram and more invested in it. So then she took a test and found that she's a type 1, and then she looked up like book recommendations for type 1s, and then boom, she came full circle to her book. And I thought that's like such a cool story, because ultimately, like, the Enneagram just helps us become aware of our own patterns quicker, right? And I think the goal of self-help should be, in a lot of cases, to help us shorten the time and reduce an amount of heartache and pain that we have to go through to find certain patterns, to become aware of certain patterns, certain destructive patterns that we keep playing out, certain cycles that we keep playing out. The goal of self-help should be to help us become aware, especially the goal of Enneagram in particular, should be to help us become aware of that quickly and save us some time. Doesn't mean we're not going to go through any pain now that we know Enneagram. The inherent, the journey of cutting away everything that is not our authentic best self, getting to our inherent worthiness, that journey requires us to change and let go of certain patterns that are not our authentic patterns, that the patterns of our personality and conditioning and programming. It requires us to let those go. But it's hard sometimes to let those go, because even though they might seem bad, like having a loud inner critic that always criticizes everything you do. Yes, it sounds bad, and you would think like, oh, once I become aware of that, I would let that go like that. But it doesn't work like that, because within that pain, sometimes we're addicted to it. Not addicted to the pain, but we believe there's something still there for us. Meaning that if I let this inner critic go, for example, for type 1, then what if I lose everything I've worked so hard to accomplish? Because we think that inner critic was the thing that helped us get those results. But a lot of times you don't have to punish yourself to do amazing things. You can do this, 2 amazing things. You can do the same thing, let's say, from 2 different motivating factors. You can let's say you are a type 1 individual and you want to lose weight. Your inner critic might say in your ear, and I'm gonna, say it kind of bluntly like that, but it might be like, oh, you're so fat, like you should go to the gym. And it's this like motivation through shame, right? And yes, that might work and might make you go to the gym, but even when you achieve the result of, let's say, your ideal weight, you know that you were motivated by fear and shame and these like dirty tactics to get you there. Now, that action of wanting to go to the gym and lose weight and reach that quote unquote ideal weight, that could have also been motivated. You could have used love, let's say. You could have used, encouragement, positive ways of getting yourself to do that. Thinking about, man, I would just feel so good if I was a little bit, more, had more mobility, had less body fat so that my back didn't hurt, or things like that. Like, you could use positive ways, not like, oh, I'm so fat and I'm so awful, then I gotta go to the gym. No, like, I'm awesome, I'm good, I'm worthy as I am. And there are these positive things that I also could seek to have from a place of accepting myself as I am now, while still playing the game and seeking for a better future, a better me. But not being like, unless I am there, unless I have reached that destination, then until then I'm not good enough. Which she this page I was reading today was talking about how sometimes we think that we're not worthy of self-love, because we say like, I can't really love myself because fill in the blank, I'm not that enough, meaning that like, I'm not pretty enough yet, I'm not skinny enough, I'm not successful enough, I'm not rich enough, I'm not talented enough. And she goes like through a list before she introduces what she calls shame resilience. But basically what she's saying is like, a lot of times we have this mentality of like, I can't be satisfied, I can't be happy, I can't be fulfilled yet. I can't love myself yet. I have to reach this goal, then I can come back and love myself, accept myself. But that is such an awful trap that the type 1 is more prone to fall into than anybody, than the rest of us. I would go ahead and say probably type 3 could also be like that, but I feel like type 1 is definitely the person that's most likely to fall into that trap. And so ultimately, I wanted to make this video, recommend that book if you haven't checked it out yet, and to our type 1 listeners, because my goal with these videos is to help people live a better life, live a life that is, as Brene would call it, a wholehearted life, a life that is filled with more joy, a life that you would wake up in the morning and you won't want to go back to sleep because you're not dreading the life that you have to live. You know, a life that you every day feel like you get to live it. I wanna help you feel that every day. I want to help you feel that joy every day. So hopefully you check out that book. You can find a link to that book in the description as well. And hopefully you get a lot of value from it, and hopefully you can make your own journey to living a wholehearted life. Again, this was PJ. Hope you guys enjoyed this, and I will talk to you in the next part of the book recommendations for each Enneagram type series. Thank you so much. Have a good day. What's up, guys? This is PJ. The series that I'm creating right now is a series of book recommendations for each type of the Enneagram, and what I aim to do is to put out one video a week for a different type. So last week we did type 1, and the book I recommended was by Brene Brown, The Gifts of Imperfection, which, a lot of these books that I'm going to recommend in this series are going to be good for any type of the Enneagram, truly, because we all have a little bit of each of these types within us. So these books can allow us to see certain blind spots and empower ourselves by getting to shine a light on those blind spots through these books. Because basically what I'm doing is every book that I recommend for each type, my goal is for that book to shine a light on that specific type's blind spots. So, for example, I felt like for type 1, they have a hard time seeing their own perfection. They have a hard time accepting that they are worthy and that there are gifts within imperfection. And I thought, what book would be better to help them see that than The Gifts of Imperfection? So, I'm going to do the same thing with type 2, which is the type I'm going to discuss today. And my aim is to really help shine a light on the blind spots of type 2. So without further ado, I'm going to go ahead and get started with type 2. So type 2 is called the helper type. It's the giver type. It's the type of individual who seeks to always be of service for other people. And just like with any type of the Enneagram, even though when you say that, someone who's always aiming to be of service, who's always aiming to help others, to give, to offer a helping hand, even though when you say that, it sounds great. Or when we were talking about type 1 and we were talking about a person who is a person who seeks to be perfect in, the surrounding and the projects and perfect the organization. On the surface, that might not seem bad, and some can argue that perfectionism is bad, but we do want people to help us move towards an ideal of perfection. So on the surface, these things like giving and being of service might not seem bad, and they are not bad, but everything to its extreme could be hindering, right? The same thing that is very empowering, when you take it to the extreme, can produce blind spots and can produce weak spots that if we don't look at those and if we don't shine a light on those, then those weak spots can become our Achilles heel. So our power can turn into the same thing that is disempowering us. And that's what the Enneagram shows us so well. So with that being said, when you have an individual that's always seeking to serve, that's always, aiming to help the group, aiming to help the collective, what sometimes tends to happen is that they might not be aware or give recognition to their own needs. So they want to be a person who has no needs and they only serve the needs of other people. Other people have needs, I don't. I don't ask for help. I am always available. I always want to offer a helping hand, because ultimately Why is the type 2 individual doing that? The type 2 individual is offering that helping hand because all of the types basically have a certain underlying belief uh, about their worthiness. What is my worthiness based off of? And for type 2s, the story that they created in their own mind and or received from their surroundings during childhood especially was that I am good. I am a good boy or girl if I am of service, if I am helping, if I am giving. And the less needs I have and the more I meet the needs of others, the better I am, right? And there's not a single human being that doesn't have needs, but there are many human beings that don't ask for their needs. And another valuable part of the Enneagram is what's called the arrows. And the arrows, basically each type, there's an arrow that's pointing away from it, and there's an arrow that's pointing from it to another type. And basically what these arrows indicate is where do we go when we're feeling great? When we're feeling at our best, things are going great, and we're moving towards integration. Where does our type go? For type 2, they go to type 8 during times of stress and disintegration. And type 8 is called a challenger. Type 8 is the type that has no problem confronting other people. It's not that they love it, but it's that they're the most comfortable in that scenario. And so you have this type 2 individual that never asks for their needs, is always available. Then all of a sudden, when they are feeling like they're not valued, other people are not seeing their worth, and the gifts that they offer the group, when they feel like they're being taken advantage of, boom, now they're in that type 8. Now they're gonna confront. Now you're gonna see this type 2 individual who was this very like calm, not necessarily calm, but like a person that didn't really cause conflict or anything like that. Boom, now they're super firm, like I've been giving to you for all this time and you haven't been giving to me anything in return, and you've been using me and so on and so forth. And you're just like, as the person who's been the recipient of type 2's help, you're like, I had no idea you've been expecting anything in return. But type 2's want in a lot of cases, they might want to create this image of they don't expect anything in return if they're giving. But as human beings, we do like to be acknowledged when we give. And when you go so long with this imbalance of just giving, 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 and never receiving, even though you haven't asked to receive, but you've been expecting to receive, right? When you go with that expectation unmet for so long, eventually it hits a boiling point, and then boom, you see the hidden type 8 come out. It's like the secret 8 is under the surface all the time within the type 2. So, as I've already mentioned, some of the blind spots, I haven't mentioned them directly, but I've kind of implied them in what I've said. The books that I want to recommend for type 2s are to shine basically a light on the blind spots of type 2 and help them empower themselves and strengthen certain qualities that can help them prevent that hitting that boiling point, hitting that point of no return, hitting that point of like, I've had enough, now I'm just going to be very, very angry point. It's basically how to live a life of, self-respect, knowing that it's okay to ask for your needs. How can what books can I recommend to type 2s to help them, strengthen those abilities within themselves? So, first book I want to recommend is this book that I have been recently really enjoying. I'm a type 9 myself, and I feel like these two books that I'm going to recommend to type 2s are going to be very applicable and helpful for type 9s as well. One of those books, and the first book, is called Codependent No More. Codependent No More is a book that I think it's over 25 years old now, and it's on the cover, it's sold over more than 5 million copies. And that just goes to it's just a testament to the power that this book has had and the timelessness that this book has had over time, and the help that it has offered people who have struggled with codependency. And codependency has a very vague definition. A lot of times we might not know what that means, even though we might show characteristics of codependency within ourselves. Basically, this is my understanding of codependency based on what I've picked up from this book. Codependency is when you allow another person's moods, emotions, actions to completely control your moods, your reaction, your peace of mind, everything. Like you're so attached to another person's actions or lack of actions, and anything they do, anything they say, any behavior that they show, you are so affected by that. It's almost like you don't have your own sense of personhood. You know, you're at the beck and call of other people. And so for type 2s, codependency can become a very big issue because they're so used to helping, they're so used to being the giver. Now all of a sudden they've become so attached to, in a sense, to the good moods of they've become so attached to the good moods of the people that they have been helping and offering service to. So it's it's a codependent relationship that they have been a part of. So Codependent No More really helps with overcoming codependency and stepping into your own sense of personhood. The realizing that you don't have to always react to what other people are doing in response to your help and giving. You don't have to always react. You can detach. Detachment is also a very helpful tool that type 2s can utilize. Detaching from, it's like you're entitled to the action, but you're not entitled to the fruit of the action. And I think that's somewhat a teaching from Bhagavad Gita. It's like you can give, but you're not entitled to what the outcome of your giving is, you know. So anyways, the Codependent No More book is super helpful for type 2s. And one of the main things that helps overcome codependency is boundaries. So this brings me to my second book that I want to recommend for type 2s, which goes very hand in hand with Codependent No More, is this book called Boundaries. So I have bought this used and it didn't have the actual cover when it came, but Boundaries, let me make sure it shows Boundaries. This book is written by Henry Cloud and Dr. John Townsend, and Codependent No More was written by Melody Beedle, Beatty, I believe. And if I'm mispronouncing that, I greatly apologize. Boundaries, this book helped me as a type 9, and I'm sure it will be very, very helpful for type 2s, because boundaries basically means creating separation between you and people around you. And for type 2 is creating separation between you and the people that you are giving to, or that they're always looking to you to receive help from. This was helpful for me as a type 9 because type 9s tend to merge with other people around them and want deep union and deep bonds with people around them, and they fear separation. They fear that, you know, separation that might make you step into being your own person, right? And I needed boundaries so badly, but I didn't even know that's a thing, or like that's a thing that, you know, people write books about. And I was like, I remember the first time hearing about boundaries, I was like, what's boundary? Like saying no, you know, and just being able to say no, which is part of setting boundaries, learning to say no, you know, because one thing that this book talked about that was super helpful for me when I learned was, if you don't have the ability to say no, then all of your yeses are not truly yeses. It's like the only option you have. A yes is truly a yes when you have the option to say no. So boundaries, when type 2s learn to set boundaries, learn to, you know, really learn to say no, which is part of boundary setting, it gives them freedom to be their own person. So type 2s who have gotten so accustomed to always saying yes when people ask for help, or even helping when people have not asked for their help, but feeling like they need to help. This compulsive need to help. Otherwise, I'm gonna feel like I'm not I'm not worthy because I'm not being helpful. Because helpfulness for type 2s is equal to being worthy. When you learn boundaries, you truly learn to love and give first to number one, to you. You learn to love yourself. You learn to give to yourself. And you learn to honor your own needs and ask for your needs. You learn to honor your own needs. Let's say you're a type 2 individual. You know what? Today I actually need to value me resting. So for me saying yes when I actually don't want to say no to an offer to help someone, that's a self-sabotaging behavior. And over time, these self-sabotaging behavior, which really means doing something that you don't believe is in accord to what's actually best for you. So if your need today is to rest, and then you go ahead and say yes and offer help, that's self-sabotaging. Then that's gonna cause you to not trust yourself, to respect yourself, to love yourself. Over time. If these patterns continue, that's what's gonna end up happening. And so it's very, very crucial that people of the type 2 personality type and also type 9 learn to set boundaries. Because once you learn to become your own person, once you become your own individual being, not your identity depending on you helping or being so close to other people. When you become your own person, when you learn to be alone, create your own boundaries, ask yourself, what do I need in this moment? What are my needs? What are my desires? Like that helps you now form much more authentic, true, deep connections with everybody around you. And that is a gift that if you learn boundary settings, you can give to people around you. And the relationships that you are already a part of are going to take a whole new color and become so much more beautiful, because now people are interacting with the real, authentic you, not the version of you that can't say no when it actually wants to say no. That's not authentic. If you want to say no but you don't think you can say no, that's not authentic. So people are not interacting with the authentic you, with the real you. And my invitation for type 2s and type 9s also is like, we want to know and interact with the real you. And you have to believe that even if you say no to people, that you will be loved, because your worthiness is not dependent on you helping. It's not. It's just a belief and a story that we've told ourselves, that our personality has believed to be true. But it's not the case. And the more you learn to honor your own needs, the more you learn to honor your own really spirit, the more everybody around you will benefit. And then your giving will come from a much deeper place. And when you open yourself to also learning to receive, then now you're giving that gift that you receive from giving, that joy that you receive from giving. Now you're allowing other people to receive that as well. Now you're giving them the opportunity to give to you, and you be the recipient. Because I promise you, people would love to give to you. They have just come into this belief that you have no needs, because you have shown that you have no needs. You've always been the superhero, the superman, superwoman that's always been giving but never has had needs. When you become more authentic to you, which, in times of integration, type 2 actually goes to type 4. And the main issue that the type 4 always struggles with is authenticity. They want to be authentic. So this is the path of growth for a type 2. The type 2 individual needs to strive for authenticity. And one of the main things about authenticity is saying authentic yeses and authentic nos. And through learning boundaries, through overcoming codependent behaviors, you can be that person. You can become that authentic individual that is in there, but hasn't had the courage to state its own needs, to be its own person, and if it doesn't want to help one day, it can say no to that. So my invitation for you beautiful two individuals out there is to honor your own needs, is to learn to draw your boundaries, is to not feel like if you don't help that people can't figure it out on their own. If you step back a little bit on the helping, you're going to empower other people, because now they're going to learn to fend for themselves. They're going to learn to take care of themselves. They're going to learn to become more responsible for themselves. So it's a gift that can help them grow. And then when you give, it's from a real place. So we love you, type 2s. You are gifts to this world, just like any other type. And I have been a recipient of generous, gracious type 2 givings in the past from beautiful type 2 individuals in my own life. We love you, but we want to meet the real you, the authentic you. And that's accepted, and that's going to be worthy. And the people that don't accept that, then they were not ever meant to be in your life in the first place. You want people that love the authentic you. And if you step into your own authenticity and then people don't like that, fine, bye. You were not meant to be there in the first place. So I hope that you check out these books, and make sure to also check out our prior week's video, which is type 1, because if you, in Enneagram lingo, basically the two types on the Enneagram symbol, the two types next to each type are its wings. And one of those wings is going to be more dominant, but we all have characteristics of those two types next to us. So make sure to check out last week's video on type 1, because if you have a dominant type 1 wing, that's going to be very helpful. And make sure to check out next week's video also, which is type 3's book recommendations, because you might have that as your dominant wing, or you have that either way as a wing. So it would be good to also check out the blind spots of those two along your own main types blind spots. So I absolutely hope that this was helpful for you. Please let me know if you're type 2 and if there have been books that on your own journey have helped you tremendously, because I would love to learn more. Obviously, I'm not a type 2, but we can all learn from each other, and type 2s and 9s are very similar, so that would be especially helpful for me as well. Thank you for watching, and please, if you haven't done so already, please follow us, subscribe to our YouTube channel if you're watching this there, follow us on Facebook, and I truly hope to see you there. Thank you, and I'll talk to you soon. Bye. What's up, guys? It's PJ. Today I wanted to talk to you guys about our book recommendations for type 3 personality type from the Enneagram. So before I get into the book recommendations, it would be good to talk about what type 3 is all about. Basically, the personality structure of type 3, what does that look like, and how could you know that you are a type 3 or not? So basically, type 3 in Enneagram language is called the achiever type. And just from the name right there, some of you might resonate with that. It's basically the person that's extremely driven towards success, especially as success is defined in the Western society. So, climbing the corporate ladder or achieving what success looks like in the Western world specifically. But what I'm really trying to point at is this is an individual who looks at what is success looking like in the society that they're in. So let's say somebody grows up in a very religious society or a family setting. Well, in that setting, what success is different than what success would be in, let's say, a different family, and that individual who's a type 3 associates their sense of worthiness to becoming successful. So somebody who is a type 3 might have not really received affirmations from their parents, let's say, unless they succeeded, unless they got a grade A on a test, not a B. You know, it might have been a person that's like, unless they get an A, they would not get a good job by from their parents or from their, you know, family. So basically, this person at an early age decided that their worthiness is equal to them succeeding to the top of the class in whatever area or field they're in. And from there forward, you know, as they age and as they move forward in life, because that was a childhood message that they received, that I am only good when I succeed, they kind of kept that pattern throughout life. So now let's say they're 20, 30, 40, 50, 60, and they still make their self-worth equal to their level of success. So their idea and image of who they are is so tied to their success that if that success goes away one day, they're going to feel like their sense of worthiness, their sense of personality is going to be going away along with it. And that's a very scary place to be. If, you know, success in the world itself is a fleeting thing. Seasons change, everything changes. This world that we see, everything is constantly changing. And, you know, as we all know, in 2020, we saw change after change after change. So if there's one thing that we are certain of, is that things change. And with that, success changes. So, you know, success, it's like a seasonal roller coaster thing. So sometimes you might be on a high, right? And sometimes you might be in a valley. But if you equal your self-worth to always being at the top, then you're not going to be able to be flexible and adaptable with the changes of your success. And so the pitfall for the type 3 individual is that because their identity is so wrapped up with their achievements, if those achievements go away, they're gonna feel so lost. They're not gonna know who they are because they have defined themselves by those accomplishments. And so the type 3 individual might have a hard time really answering the questions, who am I? You know, who am I truly? Not I'm doctor this, I'm engineer this, I'm Mr. Successful Businessman, you know, and therefore I am. No, it's who am I beyond those titles? Who am I beyond those labels that are fleeting, that are passing? The same way that my success comes and goes, those labels come and go. You know, one season we are, let's say, a son, and in the next, and but not a father, let's say, but in the next season we are a son and a father, and then it might, you know, turn to a grandfather. And so these titles change as we change and as we age. And so we need to find an identity basis that is deeper than these fleeting, changing labels and identities that we have. So basically, the book recommendations that I have today for type 3 is really to help them slow down, because slowing down is a very hard thing for type 3s. They are the doers, you know, they're doing, accomplishing, going after goals, they're setting goals, and then they're trying to figure out what's the quickest way, the best way towards the accomplishment of these goals, and then they go towards that. You know, they're really good at identifying the best, shortest path towards their goals, and then setting their mind to it and going after it and accomplishing it. It's the go-getter mentality that is very prevalent in the Western society. But basically, for an individual who operates from that level, from that place, it's very hard for them to slow down. But slowing down could be very, very crucial for an individual of type 3. And honestly, all of us could use some quiet time, some time to slow down. So the books that I have today for recommending to type 3s, these books are designed, or basically the reason I picked them is to help type 3s do certain things that are hard for them, right? So slowing down for a type 3 individual is very hard because if you associate your self-worth to success, and then you associate success with doing and accomplishing, then it's very hard for you to slow down. So one of the books that I'm going to recommend today is in order to get you to slow down and to help you with that process. Another book that I'm going to recommend for type 3s is to help them go a little bit more with the flow, to be able to really surrender, because they might have such tight grip on their schedule and how things are supposed to go, and everything that has to be done, to-do lists, all those things. They might have such a tight grip on that it's hard for them to slow down, as I said, but also then go with the flow. So it's like, I'm going to help you with these books, slow it down, calm down. And through slowing things down, you're going to be able to over time, tap into a deeper sense of your identity, a deeper sense of who you are beyond the fleeting nature of the world. So when you slow down, you tap into that I am, sense of I am, that is beyond, you can say, time and space. We want to help you get to that place, get to feeling, what some people might call the soul, the human soul, because that's really, you can say, that's our true identity. So the first book is going to help you slow down. The second book is going to help you go with the flow. And the third book, I think, is going to be helpful for type 3s because it's going to help you tap into creativity, the energy of creativity. Type 3s are so accustomed to doing with a purpose, right? I have to accomplish X, Y, and Z because these tasks are going to get me to destination, whatever, the destination that they have in mind. So it's like these tasks are always goal-oriented, they're not doing many things for the fun of it. Even when type 3s go on a vacation, they have a to-do list, an agenda of what they want to accomplish on that vacation. But sometimes it would be good for us to tap into that childlike creative energy, because that is a part of our being as well. So the first book that I want to recommend to type 3s is really a book that I would honestly recommend to anybody of any type, because this probably is one of the books that I've gifted more than almost any other book, and it is the highly famous and popular book, The Power of Now. And I would say the reason this book is so popular, and I mean, I'm sure it's sold more than like 5 million copies probably at this point, but because the reason it's so popular is because it's so powerful. It's a book that has proven to help people realize the power of the present moment, the power of being in this moment, in this now moment. For a lot of us, it's a new experience to be in the present moment. Some of us may have never experienced that, may have never slowed down enough to really really feel this moment, the beauty of this moment. How beautiful it is that you can go outside and look at the sky and look at the clouds and look at the trees and look, feel the wind. Most of us are so busy doing. They call the United States a 3 society. It's a very going, doing, hustle every day, all the time society. And type 3s are the same way. Type 3s, you can say, are the microcosm in a sense of the United States, and the United States being a 3 country is like a macrocosm. And so one of the main things that we all need to do is to slow down and get back in touch with the present moment, because the present moment is ultimately all there is. And the more we can, present moment, this now moment, not only is it all there is, it's all we've ever experienced. It's all we've ever known. But so many of us are, having these future mental projections of what I'm going to do in next hour, in 2 hours, in a day, a week, a month, a year from now, and or what happened in the past. We're thinking about, again, these are in the mind. The past, yes, the past did happen, but the replaying of the past in our minds is a mental projection. So it's not real. A lot of times we have the tendency to over glorify the past, or be overly worried about the future, or overly excited about the future. None of these things are ultimately real. What is real is this now moment. So the more we can live in this now moment, the more we can get in touch with what is real, including what is real within us. And so what I mean by that is, for type 3s, as I said, they have a hard time identifying a true sense of who they are beyond their accomplishments, beyond what they're doing. You know, what they need to work on is getting more in touch with who they are being. They're human. We are human beings, right? But type 3s are very much human doing oriented. And there's nothing wrong. I mean, type 3s have accomplished, some of the most accomplished people in history have been type 3. So we need that. They set the example of achievement and success for all of us to be like, learn from, get inspired by, and grow towards the example that they've set for us. So they're very, very, very helpful, and like amazing example setters for all of us. But again, we all need to practice being more, and type 3s definitely need to do that, because ultimately what's more important than any accomplishment, especially for people around you who experience you on a daily basis, is how present you were with them, is how did you show up from a moment to moment basis. And this book, I mean, the first time I read this book, I was, I was probably like 19 or 18, and I had honestly never really slowed down to like feel the present moment. So this was like almost like a foreign language to me. Like, what do you mean be in the present moment? And it, like the state that this man, Eckhart Tolle, would explain in this book, the state that he really dwells at, was like a foreign planet to me. But, over time, through meditation, through just mindful practices, like in my case, for example, doing Qigong and other modalities, I was able to really understand what it feels like to live in the present moment. Living in the present moment is the most natural thing for us, but we've become so unnatural in a lot of ways that we don't even know what that's like. So I highly recommend this book to get in touch with that present moment. Now, the second book, I actually don't have a physical copy of it because I've listened to the audiobook version of it. I love audiobooks. It's by Michael A. Singer, who is the author of another book, not the book I'm going to recommend. It's called The Untethered Soul, and that's very similar, I would say, to The Power of Now. That's an amazing book, but I'm not recommending that today. What I'm recommending is his other book called The Surrender Experiment. And as the name implies, basically he decided that he's going to experiment with what it's like to surrender to the universe, to surrender to God, to surrender to something greater than us to lead our lives. Because, so many of us have a tight grip on what we want things to look like and what are we going to do to accomplish those. It's almost like we don't trust a higher intelligence enough, really, to surrender to it, to believe, to have faith that things will work out if we not have such a tight grip on things. And for type 3s specifically, they are so good at identifying what needs to be done to accomplish a certain goal. But we are identifying things that need to be done based on our own current understanding, right? So we're not really relying often on something greater than us, an intelligence greater than us, to guide us, to lead us to better things that we can do to accomplish certain things that we want. Or allow it, like a river, allow it to take us maybe to a destination that's better than what we think we want. So how many times have you had the experience of thinking that you want something, not getting it, but getting something immensely better and saying, I'm so glad I didn't get what I thought I want, because this thing that I didn't even know existed, this thing that I didn't even know I want, is so much better than what I initially thought I desire and want. So that really is like surrendering is not a giving up of action. Surrendering it's faith lived out. It's faith embodied. A surrendered state of being is a state where you trust something greater than you to guide you, to lead you. So for type 3s, this can be a very healing experience to do consciously, because the Enneagram also shows us this path of, let's say, integration and disintegration. So what that means is each type goes to a different, or starts showing similarities to a different type when it's feeling amazing, when it's not under stress, when things are going great, and then it shows similarities to another type when it's disintegrating, when it's super stressed out, things are going bad, it's like under a lot of pressure. And the type that type 3 goes to when it's disintegrating, it's under a lot of pressure, is type 9. Type 9 is called the peacemaker. It's a very relaxed. The animal that's associated with type 9 is a sloth. It's like very relaxed, take it easy, go with the flow attitude. I'm a type 9 myself, so it's basically that state of being that's surrendered. Like, surrendering honestly is like a somewhat a natural experience for type 9s to a fault, but for type 3s, navigating, looking at the point that your type goes to when it's disintegrating, and then choosing to embody some characteristics of that type consciously so that you avoid like hitting rock bottom. Because when you're going to that type, that, let's say for type 3s, when they go to type 9s, they're going there because they might have overworked themselves and burnt themselves out, and now they have no choice but to relax, but to surrender. Maybe because they worked themselves so much, they got sick, and now they have no option but to rest and relax. So when we choose to do what that disintegration point, that disintegration type is wanting us to get to do, when we choose to do that consciously before we have no other option but to face that. So for type 3s, to relax, to surrender, to go with the flow consciously before life forces them to do that, that could be a very healing experience. So The Surrender Experiment is a book that highlights Michael A. Singer's, the author of that book, his journey of surrendering, of allowing something greater than himself to guide him. And you'll see an amazing story of how things unfolded and how they could be the same way for us and for our type 3 listeners today. So that's the second book I recommended. And I've been doing this thing where for type 1 I recommended one book, for type 2 I've recommended 2 books, and for type 3 I'm recommending 3 books. I'm not trying to do that, I'm not trying to keep that pattern up till type 9 so that I have 9 books to recommend for type 9s, but I just felt like these books would be helpful. So the third book that I want to recommend to our type 3 listeners, or honestly all of us, a lot of these books, that's a tricky part of breaking this series down to book recommendations for each type. Although those books are helpful for each type, but really a lot of these books are helpful for all of us, because really we have an aspect of all of these types within ourselves. We are whole beings, so we can alter sometimes from different character to a different character in different settings. But basically, the third book that I want to recommend, that is a great book for any type, is written by Elizabeth Gilbert, who is the author of Eat, Pray, Love. And this book is called Big Magic. It's a book on, well, the tagline is perfect, creative living beyond fear. It's a book on creativity and really creating our lives. And now, for type 3s, accomplishment is not a difficult thing, almost at all. And they actually make it look easy. It might be very difficult for them to accomplish something, but they want to make it look like it was a walk in the park. So the reason I chose to recommend this book, recommend Big Magic, is because although it's an amazing quality to have to figure out what you want, what your goal is, and then be able to figure out what's the best way to accomplish that goal and then go after it, to go get it done. It's an amazing quality, and I love being really surrounded, having type 3 friends, because they're so good at getting stuff done, and it inspires me. Because for type 9 in its integration state, in its state of moving towards becoming more integrated, basically integrating an aspect that their personality might be lagging a little bit. For them, is taking action. So for me, like seeing type 3s take action so naturally and seemingly easily, it's very inspiring for me. So I love being surrounded by type 3s. But basically, they are good at identifying what they want and then going after it. But sometimes the energy that's lagging a little bit is that energy of creative expression. Like, when was the last time you did something just because it was creative? It didn't have a goal. It didn't have an end goal in mind. Let's say you just decided to paint, or let's say you just decided to plant a garden. Which these are all creative things. Creative things are not always just like what we associate as art. Garden is planting a garden could be a creative experience. So many things can turn into a creative way of living. But basically, just doing something for the joy that it brings in its doing alone, not its outcome, just the doing itself. And Big Magic really, talks about like how beautiful our lives can become when we get in that creator spirit. We look at life and we're like, man, this is just like one fun canvas in a sense. Our lives is like a canvas, and every experience is like a brush stroke on this canvas, and like we can make our lives be a beautiful expression of our being. So when, let's say, you read The Power of Now, you learn to be still, you learn to be present, and then you read the Surrender Experiment or listen to it, and you learn how to surrender to something greater than yourself to guide you, to lead you. Then from there, after you've tapped into that essence of who you are, then allowing that essence to creatively express itself into the world, that everything you do, everything you touch is an expression of your truth, your authentic self. It could be a beautiful experience, and Big Magic really helps you tap into that, and it shows how beautiful her life is with creativity as a part of it. I remember, like, for me personally, I don't think I really had a creative outlet until I was 22 or 23 that I started making videos. And I swear I tapped into an energy that, to me, I don't remember the last time I had tapped into that energy. And that was the energy of creativity. That was the energy of play. When we are kids, play is so natural. I remember, like, I used to go in our yard and then get like a little shovel and make like a little road in the dirt and put my toy cars in there. And I was basically making something out of nothing. Really, it was like I had these raw elements and then I was combining them in a creative way just for the joy of it. I wasn't thinking like, this is gonna be my accomplishment. This is gonna take me to the top because I'm doing, like, no, there was no thought like that. I was just playing and I was just enjoying being and playing for the joy of it. And I think that could be such a healing thing to do, to play, for type 3s, to play for the sake of itself, for the sake of its joy that it gives you, that brings you. And then you can go back to doing and accomplishing and getting things done. But life is like, it's both. You want to work and play. Just one is gonna, type 7s, for example, are called adventurers, and they might play too much, and not enough work. Now, obviously, none of these are like always the case, but this is just super, explaining things from like an archetypical standpoint. Like type 7, for example, is like that Peter Pan energy, like the kid that never grows up. But type 3 might be the kid that grew up too quickly and started like becoming super success and achievement oriented, like from a very early age. And so getting back with that inner child through play, through surrendering to something bigger than yourself, through becoming still in the present moment, can become immensely healing for our type 3 listeners. So I love you. I hope that you check these books out and that you find them helpful. So thank you for listening. Again, this is PJ, and I will be back next week with type 4. Thank you. what's up guys? It's PJ. Today I'm back with book recommendations for type 4 individuals from the Enneagram personality types. So just like any other video I've made in this series, before I go into giving the book recommendations, I think it's important for us to take a moment and kind of look at what the type 4 individual, basically personality type, what does that look like, and how can you possibly tell if you are a type 4 individual based on some of this general description that I'm going to give. And just like anything, any subject that you study, you have kind of like the general understanding and you can go deeper and deeper and deeper. Enneagram is of course the same way. So let's just go ahead and give a really general understanding or basic explanation of the type 4 from the Enneagram. The type 4s are called, in one tradition, the tragic romantics, or the bohemian. The individualist is another name that they are given. So basically, this is an individual who truly seeks authenticity. They want to be as authentic as possible. They don't really like stereotypical or generalized things. So like I actually chose this shirt because I bought it at a thrift store, and thrift stores are, you could call them the campgrounds for type 4 individuals, because they don't want to go to, let's say, Target or Gap. They don't want to go to a general store like that and then buy something that there are 1,000 or 1,000,000 other copies of it made, and so many other people are wearing the same thing. They want to be an individual. They want to be unique. And so they might go to a thrift store and buy, this shirt that I have no idea who made it or where it's from, but it's like unique. I don't see that many other people walking around in this. If you have one, let me know so I can change it to a new one. That's how type 4 would think. And so basically they seek authenticity. They want to be very authentic. Another aspect about the type 4 individuals is that they are so in touch with the realm of emotions. I mean, you can call them the deep divers of the emotional sea. They go deeper than most of us will ever dare to venture, because, emotions, you have let's say, the good or the uplifting emotions like joy, peace, happiness, excitement, those things. But you also have, in that spectrum, you have emotions like sadness, anger, just depression, which is, similar to sadness and depression. You could probably say they're alike, but another name or another aspect of the type 4 individual, the reason I said depression is because melancholy is a feeling that's very familiar to them. I don't want to say they enjoy it necessarily, but they're very comfortable in the emotional state of melancholy. And where does that melancholy come from? A lot of it comes from the fact that they seek to be so unique, but at the same time, there's this underlying feeling of like, I can't ever find people whom I feel like I truly belong with. Like, I can't find a tribe of people who I just feel like they're my people. When you're an individual, and we all should strive to individualize ourselves. Like, for example, type 9s, which is my type, like, we tend to not individualize ourselves enough, right? So what that means is, if we're around certain people, we become just like those people, just like that group. And it's the aspect of like losing your authenticity, losing your individuality. So type 4s are overly individualized. So they're so individualized. So they might like have a hairstyle that nobody has. They might wear clothes that nobody else does. They might listen to music that not that many people do. And then because of that, it gets very difficult for them to find somewhere that they feel like they belong, a group of people that they're like, these are my people. So there's a sadness that comes from that, because ultimately, I was reading a book today, and it was talking about how the saddest thing for an individual is to go to death basically without anybody that they could truly be themselves around, like that they could truly feel like they belong with. That's like one of the saddest things a human being can experience, is that like on your deathbed, you can't look around and be like, wow, like I really feel like I belong, in this group. And so there's a big sadness that comes from that. So individuality has a price to pay, and type fours pay that greatly, probably bigger than all of us, you know. And so the books that I wanted to recommend, and obviously you can, with just like I said, with any Enneagram type, you can get so much deeper. There's so many levels. But if you were to just break it down into a few words, I would say authenticity for type fours, words that really matter and describe them pretty well. Authenticity, emotional, melancholy, or I don't know if that's a description, but they are very familiar with this feeling of melancholy. And let's just stick with those. And tragic, romantic, and bohemian, I said those names that they are given in some Enneagram traditions, but basically the bohemian is the fact that somebody is like living such a different lifestyle, you know. And then the tragic romantic goes back to the fact that they dive deep in the emotional realm, and you know they're always looking for that right partner. Also, in some sense, that they're looking for the tribe that they belong to. They're looking for that partner that's like they're gonna feel like they belong with each other. But like a lot of times when they get in a relationship, the moment they get in a relationship, it's almost like that person, that object of attraction now loses, that person of attraction now loses its excitement that got the type 4s excited. So the way I just explained type 4 is obviously super basic. This is like Wikipedia version of, you know, explaining the type 4 personality type. But based on that very simple understanding, I chose certain books that I feel like these books, what they can do for type 4 individuals, they can kind of help them strengthen a certain aspects of their personality that because of the natural tendencies of their personality, those aspects might be a little bit underdeveloped, or just in general, strengthening those aspects can help them function with more ease in the world, I would say, and feel like they can overcome certain hurdles that their personality presents them with. Just like any personality type from the Enneagram, each personality type presents certain obstacles and hurdles and habits and patterns of being that we have to just overcome, or strengthen the parts that are weak. So I'll go into the first book. This book for me was super life-changing when I read it. It was one of the first books that really helped me see my own inherent goodness and inherent loveliness, and basically like see myself from how my creator would see me, you know. And whatever your spiritual beliefs are, um, in my case, I believe that like I was created by a creator, and that creator loves me, and like loved put so much love into my creation. And that message, hearing a message like that, it could be so healing for type 4s, because if you feel like there's nowhere that you feel like you belong, there's nowhere that you feel like you feel the absolute love that you desire, excuse me. Well, guess what? Your creator loves you. And a message like that, or a belief system like that, can be so helpful. So, first book, Marianne Williamson's A Return to Love. This is a classic. Uh, this is actually my girlfriend's copy, Victoria's copy, and even her copy is pretty, you know, beat up. And I don't even have mine anymore. My favorite books I've given them away, and I think that's kind of uh, I don't know. It's just I feel like that's the beauty of books. You can just give it to someone and say, "Hey, this changed my life," and I feel like it can do the same for you. This book, Marianne Williamson's A Return to Love, was it's based on another massive spiritual text called A Course in Miracles that, to me, is very like near and dear to my heart. But basically, this is a great intro to the principles taught in the Course in Miracles. Um, Gosh, this book really gave me almost like a new operating system of being in the world. And, you know, certain books you just read over and over and over again, and over time they change and evolve. And as you evolve, they evolve with you, and they're living, breathing books. And this is definitely one of them. So, and you've probably have heard this quote, and it's been attributed to so many other people like Nelson Mandela, but it's actually from this book. It says, our deepest fear is not that we are inadequate. Our deepest fear is that we are powerful beyond measure. That is actually a quote by Marianne Williamson, and it's from A Return to Love. So, highly recommend it. I'm sure you will really enjoy it, or at least I hope that you will really enjoy it. But nonetheless, for any type, this is a phenomenal read. So, second book. Because type 4s are such amazing, individuals, they're so creative, right? They have just the way they are in the world is a creative expression, and a lot of times they are artists, and they create different things, beautiful things. They're very creative, just like I said. But creativity, one thing I had to find with creativity was that creativity has two two ways of manifesting in the world, and you need both. You have the way of you get the flash of inspiration, and then boom, like you see the painter that just like gets the inspiration, starts painting super quick, and there's like this masterpiece. That's the version that I feel like movies sometimes want to make us believe, or I'm not saying that doesn't happen, but I'm saying it's just one way of creation coming into manifestation. Another way is that instead of waiting for the inspiration every single time, instead of basically saying that the way I feel inside myself is what determines what actions I can take in the moment. That's a big I don't want to say downfall, but a big pitfall for type 4 individuals. Like in work settings, sometimes if they don't feel like their emotions are not in the right place, like they're not feeling good, they're sad, or they're not feeling ready to do a task, they're gonna feel like until I get my emotions sorted out, I won't be able to get the job done. And for a lot of people around them, that might seem like a big hindrance in getting stuff done. But this book that I'm going to recommend, it's kind of to help, understand emotions are a beautiful thing, but if emotions control us, then that's not as much of a beautiful thing. They're now our master instead of us being the master, and the emotions just being part of the arena, part of our empire, part of our lives instead of them running us. So this book is to help us get more in touch with that sense of like, whether the inspiration is here, whether I'm feeling like it or not, I'm gonna do what I need to do today. So for example, shooting these videos, like I was inspired with the idea for these videos, but to actually repeatedly come and uh, crank them out, so to speak, get them done, I had to combine structure with inspiration. So just having one is not going to always be helpful. So this book, which actually is the second book, I believe, from a series of books that this author has written, and the first one, which is a must read for anyone that ever tries to do anything creative, and creating our lives is creative, so anyone really. It's called The War of Art by Steven Pressfield, but that's not the book I'm going to recommend today. I'm going to recommend this one because this is really near and dear to my heart. This book in particular is called Turning Pro. Basically, Steven Pressfield in The War of Art, he talks about how he's a writer. He's a famous writer and screenplay writer, and basically he recalls a moment in his life where he kept trying to get projects done and kept failing and kept like pushing back his artistic dreams. He would get what he would call shadow callings. It's like a calling that, or a thing that you do that's so close to what you feel in your heart is what you're called to do, but it's not it, and you know that. And so he recalls a moment where everything changed, and he said it was a moment where he went from amateur to a pro. And what he means by that is that a pro shows up no matter what. And he was like, in pursuing my artistic dreams, at some point I was an amateur, meaning that I would show up when inspiration was there, then I would like I was playing. I was not actually professionally pursuing something. You know, like so many of us go and play, you know, like play a sport on the weekend with our friends, or go work out at the gym. But the professional bodybuilder or the professional athlete, they're going to show up to training whether they feel like it or not. And he was talking about how, as artists, and a lot of type 4s are artists, um, we need to just have that professional attitude. Professionals play to win. Professionals are playing not just to play and have fun, but they're playing for a purpose. And so they need to have the same structure that an athlete would have. You know, you show up to training no matter what. Uh, you pursue a goal, you know, with understanding that emotions, yes, emotions are great motivators, but you can't rely on your emotions all the time to drive all your actions. You know, a lot of times he says, he calls the inspiration the muse, like the muse basically visits you. And he says that, you know, the muse, some people think that they have to wait for the muse, the inspiration to visit them. And then once that happens, then boom, they go and do what they need to do, what is their work, as he calls it. But the muse actually honors the person who sits down at their desk and begins working, begins creating, and then the muse sees that they're putting it forward, that effort, and it shows up. And so this was massive for me. I mean, if it wasn't for Steven Pressfield's books, The War of Art, Turning Pro, Do the Work, all those books in this same series of books that he's written, I probably would not be as far along as I am with creating any sort of anything, you know, whether it's helping create Keystand, whether it's helping create these videos, whether it's anything I've done creatively. If I didn't have some of the principles that he teaches in these books in my mind, I would not have been able to do that. And for type 4s, you are some of the most artistic beings in this world. So who is the recipient of your gifts? We, the customers, the consumers of the art that you create. So you not finishing the work that you start is robbing everybody else from receiving those beautiful gifts of yours. And I've said I would never get a tattoo, but if I do, it's gonna be the last sentence from this book, Turning Pro. He says, "The hero wonders, the hero suffers, the hero returns. You are that hero." And I know that that might not seem like a super massive statement, you know, when it's standalone, but after this whole book, he's basically talking about as the artist, as the creator, as a type 4 individual who has gifts to give to this world. You are the hero, and you are capable of giving certain gifts to the world that you have to have the ability to bring them to fruition. To, you know, creating anything is hard. You know, like a woman giving, you know, developing a baby in her womb, like that's work. But then there's the miracle of birth, and you know, giving birth is painful and it's messy and it's hard and it causes suffering, you know, but when the fruit of that birth is given, it's so joyful, you know, everybody's happy. It's like that gift truly brightens the world, you know. And so basically type 4s being so creative, like any creative endeavor, like the fruits of that endeavor are gonna come from dedicated effort and dedicated discipline, plus the intuition, plus the inspiration, and all those things. So that's for specifically the super artistic type 4 individuals, but I feel like most type 4s have some sort of creative outlet. So the next books, I actually don't have physical copies. I've listened to audiobook versions. This book is by, I think, Kamal Ravikant, I believe. Yes, Kamal. Because he has a brother, his name is Naval Ravikant, and they both have phenomenal content out online. But Kamal's book is called Love Yourself Like Your Life Depends on It. And this book was really helpful for me. I read it at the beginning of 2020, which was when I kind of realized I don't love myself enough. It's like I'm too hard on myself, and like I didn't really notice it, and people around me notice it more. It's like I could be very critical of myself because, and now like understanding the Enneagram, I feel like it's that one wing of me because I'm a 9, and so my wings are 8 and type 8 and type 1, and so that one wing I feel like is a perfectionist, and it's the self-critical part of me, and it's always about like you can do better, you can be better, you can uh, do greater things, which is good to an extent, right? But it can also go south. So I realized that through some of the observations that my friends had of me. And then I stumbled upon this book. This book was super helpful. It's literally what the name implies. Love yourself like your life depends on it, because this man in the book, this whole book is almost like it's not really a biography, but it shows his journey from um, hitting rock bottom, really just like in a really bad place. And for a lot of type 4s, it's not that they've hit rock bottom, but they know what that feels like because they've explored so many different feelings, and a lot of times they might dwell in that melancholy, sad, depressed like place. And so this book really uses self-love as a way of getting us out of that darkness, out of that pit that a lot of times is self-created by our minds. So highly recommend that book. And also on self-love, I also recommend a course by Teal Swan. It's called Teal Swan's Self-Love Course, I believe. You can go on her website or go on her Instagram. I'm sure the link is in her bio. Teal Swan is a phenomenal teacher, spiritual teacher. And yeah, that course it's not a book or anything, but it's a course that you can buy on her website. It's phenomenal. That was really helpful in giving me practical tools, amazing practical tools on how to love myself more. And like, because you can say love yourself more, but to somebody who has gotten accustomed to not loving themselves, that might as well be like, hey, build a rocket. It's like, no, like give me steps, give me like hold my hand and walk me through that process. So that course is phenomenal in that process. So that wraps up the book recommendations that I had for type 4s. I hope that you find this video helpful. Please let me know if anything that I discussed resonates with you, if you found it helpful, if you know yourself to be a type 4, or if based on this video you came to the understanding or possible realization that you may be a type 4. Let me know, or let me know if have you read any of these books? Have you read anything else from these authors that I mentioned? Yeah, and just please let me know if you found this helpful. And thank you for following my work. If you have any questions about Enneagram, any sort of direction that you think I can point you towards in understanding yourself better, please let me know. I would love to help. Thank you for watching. Again, this is PJ, and I will talk to you in type 5 video. Hey, what's up guys? This is PJ. Today I'm back with book recommendations for type 5 of the Enneagram. Similar to every single video I've done so far, I'm just going to give a brief explanation of what the type 5 personality structure is all about. And then from there, we're going to go into the book recommendations. So to put it in the most basic format I can possibly say, let's just say that the type 5s are the thinkers of the Enneagram. They are the deep thinkers. They are the most intellectual type of the whole framework of the Enneagram, and they're also, the most, you can say, scientific. They are skeptical in terms of accepting something that's been told to them. They're not gonna just hear something and say, okay, fine, that's the truth. They have to really do their own research and discover that for themselves. They're the part of all of us that, asks, is that really true? Or is there more? They have to dig deeper, and you rarely find a type 5 individual make a decision impulsively. Like, they love to do a profound amount of research before they make a decision. Some types tend to be more impulsive. Type 5s are hesitant. They want to really think through their decision, which is great, but just like any other type, certain qualities can be amplified to a point that they lose their benefit and they go past the point of just becoming beneficial, and they become, it's what do you call it, decreasing returns, or there's a term for it. You can ask a type 5, they wouldn't know the term, because they read a lot of books. And that's why preparing for this video was pretty hard for me, because I was like, how can I mention a book that a type 5 individual hasn't read? They are the researchers. They are the ones that love to figure the answers out for themselves. So another thing about type 5s is that they are very protective of their energy, because they feel like their energy resources are scarce. And so putting themselves in situations where there will be a lot of demand on their time, on their energy, on their resources, that is something that they try to steer themselves away from. So they might, we've had key STEM classes, which are really live online classes over Zoom or Skype for a year now. And I have not seen that many type 5s comparatively to the other types in our classes. And I've wondered why that is. And I kept coming back to the whole personal structure of a type 5. The type 5s don't really like to put themselves in situations where there are a lot of demands on them as far as like, you got to show up at this time for this class. And then not only that, you have to open up about your inner world. And that's something that type 5s don't really usually want to do. They don't want to discuss their feelings, and get under the surface from the mind and go into the emotions and like answer questions about themselves as to, hey, what's going on? How are you feeling? Are you doing well right now? They don't really want to go in that realm. They just rather think about their emotions. And that's something that you might hear a type 5 individual say. Instead of saying, I feel X, Y, and Z, they say, I think I feel this. And emotions are almost like kept at an at an intellectual distance for them. And again, like I've said, every Enneagram type has its qualities, amazing qualities, good qualities, and it also has its pitfalls. And as I've already mentioned, the pitfall for a type 5 might be that they take a long time to make a decision, might be that they don't want to exert that much energy and be more reserved. So you can see how in a relationship, in an intimate relationship, that might become a problem, especially if they have a partner that gives a lot, that does a lot for them, and they don't feel like they are capable of giving that energy back in return. And so that can cause problems for them. But the qualities about them that are amazing is that, they are the ones that find the deeper truth by becoming very research oriented, becoming a little bit more skeptical than all of us, and really looking with a magnifying glass and seeing what really is going on. And so that's just in super brief, 5 minutes or less explanation of type 5s. And we'll go into the book recommendations. So I have to say this, I've been cheating the system a little bit. Instead of just recommending physical books, I'm recommending some audio programs and audio books in there, because I personally consume a lot of audiobooks, and that's how I learn well, and that's how I am able to quote unquote read so many books, is because I listen to them. And for me, that's a lot faster. I'm kind of a slow reader. Unlike type 5s, they're phenomenal readers. They're phenomenal researchers, and they're the philosophers, they're the intellectuals. So for me, it's easier to listen, but nonetheless, a lot of these books that I'm going to recommend are also, in book format, so you can read or listen to them. Let's just go ahead and start with the book number 1. So the first book I want to recommend, again, like I said, it's an audio book or an audio program, and you can find it on Audible. It's by one of my favorite authors, speakers, researchers, and I believe he's passed away now, but his book is still, or his work is still alive and with us. And his name is David R. Hawkins, and he is he was a scientist who really would research the spiritual realm. You know, he was kind of, you can say he was a metaphysics scientist. You know, he would try to understand spiritual phenomena from a scientific standpoint. Just because, you know, for example, type 5s who tend to be scientists often, or teachers or professors, they like to really look deeper into certain things. So, you know, somebody might meditate and come to a certain realization, but if they go and tell a type 5 that realization, even though it might be absolutely true, like, hey, I think the nature of, you know, the world is like this, then the type 5 is going to ask, do you have research to back that up? Do you have data to support your thesis? And so on and so forth. So the reason I felt like David R. Hawkins is a great person to have as our number one, a program by him would be a great first number one recommendation, is because he's a scientist. He talks the type 5 language, and who knows, he might have been a type 5 himself. But basically, his books are all about the nature of consciousness. And he has two phenomenal books. One's called Power versus Force, which talks about the levels of consciousness. And, you know, from a scientific standpoint, how these levels rank on, let's say, a scope of consciousness. His other book, which what I'm going to recommend, is similar to this book, and I highly recommend this book as well. It's called Letting Go by David R. Hawkins. And the audio program that I am absolutely in love with and I'm going to recommend today is called Giving Up Illness Through A Course in Miracles. Now, just replace illness with limiting beliefs, because although it talks about illness, although it talks about, you know, physical health in the beginning of that audio program, but it's really talking about giving up the beliefs that are causing the disease. Because a lot of times diseases that manifest in our body are really just a manifestation of certain beliefs that have been getting in the way of us naturally experiencing health, really. And so he is talking about how he overcame certain health issues that he was facing all the time. Frequently, he was constantly like having issues with something new would come up all the time that he had issues with in his health area. And he, I think, got into the Course in Miracles. Now, what is the Course in Miracles? Course in Miracles is it's a massive spiritual text that I personally love and follow its teachings very often. And it was a big part of my own journey, but I'm not going to recommend that, because that's something that it either calls to you or it doesn't, you know. And if it does, you will know. It will find its way into your life. It's like when the student is ready, the teacher will appear. And if the Course in Miracles is meant to be your teacher, you will know it. I believe that. And so, nonetheless, though, David R. Hawkins, he was a student of the Course, and he was able to use certain principles that are taught in the Course in Miracles and overcome these illnesses that, you know, have had the root ultimately in how he thought about certain things. And thinking is super important and for type 5s, and super fascinating. You know, type 5s, I think, want to always become better thinkers. You know, they want to think often, they want to think better, they want to think more accurately. And so this book talks about how we can use our mind to overcome limiting beliefs that are causing us to have issues in our life. And it's really just like a conference that they've recorded. The audio quality is awful, but it's, you know, you can still hear what they're saying, and the message though is just so good. And the reason I chose this book or audio program as the first one is because it helps us open our minds a little bit. And no learning can happen unless we open our minds. And type 5s tend to kind of lag in that area of, you know, being like once they feel like they know something, they don't want to open that up to more and more realizations. You know, they might be so set, hey, this is it, this is the truth. If somebody else says something that might go against what they initially believe, they might reject it. The reason I chose that audio program as the first book that I'm going to recommend is because the first step to learning is being able to open our mind to ideas, to realizations that we might not be open to. And for type 5s, one of the downfalls of them having done so much research is that once they feel like they know, there's rarely changing that. They're very set in that understanding. So this book or audio program really is just a good way to ask and begin to wonder, what if there's more than what I initially thought? And some of the things he talks about are just like way out there, but because he's coming to them and at them from a scientific standpoint, it's easier for type 5 or all of us really to be like, there's more here. So that's just to kind of open the pathway for us to get into these other books that I'm going to recommend. So the second book I wanted to recommend is actually, again, another audio program. I'm sorry, guys. I listen to too many audiobooks and audio programs, and so I've been throwing those in there. But nonetheless, the content is phenomenal, whether you listen to it or buy his books. I've recommended this author in Type 3's book recommendation video, so if you want to check that out, you can find another one of his books recommended in there. But his name is Michael A. Singer. He is the author of The Untethered Soul, The Surrender Experiment, and also his audio program is called Living from a Place of Surrender. And that's the one I'm going to recommend today. Why? Because I've been listening to it, and because it's an audio program, it's not a written book. If you want kind of the written version of this, listen to Surrender Experiment or read The Surrender Experiment or The Untethered Soul. But in this audio program specifically, he's having a lot more of a casual conversation, and so I'm seeing a different side of him, and I'm hearing a different side of him in this. And this side of him, I think, really will appeal to type 5s. Why? Because he's a thinker. Michael A. Singer, he's definitely a very intellectual person, albeit he's teaching about spirituality, but he's very intellectual about it, even though he's teaching spirituality that has a lot of yogic sense to it, but he's coming to it from a very type 5 perspective and realizations from that arena. So why did I choose this? Because type 5s, thinking that they have a very limited energy, and resources, they tend to be like the minimalists because they feel like we live in a scarce world. They might have had experiences in their childhood that reaffirm that this world is indeed a scarce place, and that we need to preserve our energy, we need to preserve our money, we need to preserve resources, everything. It's scarce. It's a scarce world, especially if they have a type 6 wing, dominant type 6 wing. They're going to feel that probably even more. So it's just really good for them to challenge that idea of scarcity. Like, is that true? And Michael A. Singer helps you do that. It helps you really challenge certain ways that you have thought. It challenges me for sure when I listen to him, but it's a good kind of challenge. It's a good kind of challenge that helps us grow. It's one of those ways that you challenge your certain assumptions, and then you kind of see that those assumptions don't hold. And one of those things, about type 5s is that they want to protect their resources. They want to protect their time and all those things, and they have a lot of boundaries in place. They're over-boundaried. One of their names for one of their subtypes is actually castle. It's like a castle. They have strong boundaries. But, they're militant about that, and they don't want to really surrender and like go with the flow of life, because they just so firmly believe that there are limited resources, I have limited energy, and if I surrender, if I let go of my grip on how things are and my boundaries, everything's going to fall apart. But the surrender experiment, or the surrender, basically living from a place of surrender book, that audiobook that I'm talking about, he challenges that. He challenges, he talks about how the universe like really is a system that organizes itself and figures itself out without, us trying to have a death grip on how things should go. And as we all know, with the COVID-19 thing that happened, like, we didn't, nobody wrote something about that in their New Year resolution, you know? So like it's almost like we can have our plans, but there is something bigger at play that we just need to sometimes learn to surrender and let go and trust that things will be fine. Because going back to the first audiobook that I was recommending, beliefs become manifestations. Beliefs become our reality. And so it's good to sometimes challenge those ways of thinking and open ourselves up to new ways of being that are going to be a lot more beneficial for us in the long term. And so that was number 2, because surrender can be super helpful for type 5s. This next book, I've been, gosh, I feel like all of these are going to be audiobooks, except for the last one. But this one actually has a paperback as well. I'm pretty sure. This book is about, going back to what I was saying earlier about type 5 feeling like there is scarcity. There are a scarce amount of resources. And so sometimes they really believe that. And so this next book is about mainly entrepreneurship, but it's a lot bigger than that. It's a lot more in depth than that. And it starts, I feel like the first good chunk of this whole audiobook and book is about mental beliefs and overcoming certain ideas. Again, like challenging the idea of scarcity and so on and so forth. And it's by MJ DeMarco, and it's called Unscripted. The cover, I remember I had come across it, but I hadn't read it or listened to it. But because the cover is kind of cheesy, and I didn't feel like it's gonna be something I haven't heard before. But the material of this book is just phenomenal. You know, he really challenges our biases, and he basically proposes this idea that, like, okay, you know, the way out of scarcity is through entrepreneurship. And, you know, you might not really find type 5s becoming entrepreneurs, because that's a lot of things to manage, a lot of demands on your time, and so on and so forth. But we really live in an age where entrepreneurship looks a lot different than what it did. Like, you know, maybe 30, 40 years ago, it meant like starting a company and then having to manage a bunch of employees and so on and so forth. But now, entrepreneurship might look like you starting an online business that you are in charge of, and you are in control of your destiny. And I know that sounds cheesy, but I think the tagline of that book actually is like the pursuit of freedom, or the pursuit of life, liberty, and entrepreneurship. Something about how like entrepreneurship really is a path to freedom, especially in the US or the West in general. And the reason I wanted to throw this in there is because it's just one of those books that kind of challenges us. It challenges us to think in new ways. And that's just something that type 5s not only find fascinating to do, but it's just good for us. It's good for us to, like, okay, let's say I'm a type 5 and I think I live in a scarce world. Well, let's read this book about this guy, how he is overcoming all those limiting beliefs and is thinking in terms of how can I add value to the marketplace, and through that experience massive abundance. And it's just good. It's just good to kind of get us out of that mode of thinking and open up to new possibilities. And so I recommended this book not because I'm saying, hey, type 5s, I think you should become entrepreneurs. But I recommended this book because I think type 5s, like, it would be good to sometimes challenge those tightly held beliefs based on, you know, your research, because you want to kind of expand yourself and expand your horizon in order for you to become a new person, like grow into a more advanced, evolved version of yourself. And this book is just one of those books that challenges you, you know, and whether you ever become an entrepreneur or never want to pursue that path, this book still can be massively beneficial, because it talks about mental biases a lot, mental beliefs, all these things, and how to kind of overcome those. So, highly recommend Unscripted. This next book that I'm going to talk about is actually a book that wasn't really on my list of books to recommend, but being in that surrendered space where you're open to inspiration and ideas, this just came to my mind, and I felt like it's a good book to recommend. It's all about meditation. It's by Emily Fletcher, I believe. And the book is called Stress Less, Accomplish More. And it's all about how to really meditate and the benefits of meditation. It's very scientific. It's for, I think one of the taglines of the book is, meditation for high performers or something like that. And it's all talking about basically a lot of high performers, a lot of achievers, a lot of thinkers, a lot of type 5s, a lot of, intellectual types sometimes don't really see the value of like slowing down and stopping and just sitting here and doing nothing. But this book really goes in depth about the benefits of meditation, because as a type 5, one of the gifts that you bring to the world is your thinking, is the clarity of decision that you can come to based on really thinking through something in depth, doing your research. And meditation, even though it might seem like you're doing nothing, you're actually opening up the capacity for more clear thinking and more clear receiving of information through other channels besides the intellect, like your intuition. So this book, I'll keep it short and sweet. It's all about meditation. It's all about quieting the mind. And it's all about becoming a better performer, better achiever, better thinker through the use of meditation. And so I highly recommend that, and I'm glad that came to my mind. And it's because I have a meditation practice that I do believe, like sometimes I just get these intuitive feelings that, hey, say this, or mention this book, or do this and do that. And when I used to just be at the level of intellect, a lot of those options were not open to me because I was not open to receiving them. If we always depend on thinking to get our answers, we might be closing ourselves off to a much more mysterious and profound and deep way of knowing and understanding things that is open to our intuition. So I'm just gonna keep it at that. If you enjoyed this, first of all, I hope that you enjoyed this. I hope that you check those audio programs, those books out, and that you find them helpful. This video was hard for me to prepare for because I was like, how can I give a book that they haven't read already? But I'm sure that, there is one book at least in that selection that you might have not listened to or read. So check those out. Let me know if you have read them. Let me know if you got them and you listened to them and if you found them helpful. I truly believe and hope that they can be helpful. They certainly have been helpful for me, and I would never want to recommend a book that I personally haven't read or haven't listened to. So all of those are approved by me, as just another listener and a person that seeks to improve their life. And so I hope they do the same for you. If you enjoyed this video, please like, subscribe, turn on the notification bell, all those good things that all the YouTubers say. So thank you so much, and hope to catch you in the next video for Type 6 book recommendations. Thank you. Hey, what's up guys? This is PJ. Today I'm back with book recommendations for Type 6 of the Enneagram. This series has been tremendously fun for me to make because, a lot of these books that I'm recommending are books that I have read in the past, and every time that I recommend one of them, it brings back memories of growth, so much learning that happened because of these books. So today I have a lot of books prepared that have been tremendously impactful in my life, and I know that for somebody out there, for somebody that watches this video, they're going to be just as impactful. So let's go ahead and get into the video. Today we're talking about Type 6. The Type 6 is called, in one tradition, it's called a loyal skeptic of the Enneagram. So these are the people that are very skeptical. They don't believe. It's similar actually to Type 5, but with the difference that Type 6 has a lot of attention and focus on fear. So fear is a big underlying factor that kind of runs their lives. And the primary belief that a Type 6 individual holds is that we live in a vicious, fearful universe, that you have to always be prepared. Things can go wrong at every turn. And the element of trusting in the universe and trusting that things will be fine is sometimes the thing that's missing in a lot of Type 6 individuals. And as you can imagine, for any of us that's not a Type 6, you just by hearing that, that's such a hard reality for us to fathom and imagine living in, a reality in which you are always fearful. And a lot of times though, this fear is not always noticed by the type 6 individual. So it's like somebody or something that's running things behind the scenes, and there's no conscious awareness of them, but nonetheless they're pulling the strings, they're running the show, and fear is that thing that's running the show. So let's go ahead and just jump right into the book recommendations. The first book is a mandatory read, I feel like, or should be a mandatory read for most of us, most people, because the circumstance that this gentleman went through is probably the most harshest circumstance that a human being can ever go through. This man survived Auschwitz, the concentration camp in Nazi Germany. And he wrote this book while he was there about human mind's perspective on things and how impactful your perspective can be on your quality of life. So if you have a perspective that things will work out for the better, even in the midst of the most chaotic situation, you can still find hope. And those who found that hope survived Auschwitz in most cases. So this book is called Man's Search for Meaning by Viktor Frankl. I think Viktor Frankl, before I don't know if he became a psychiatrist after he left Auschwitz, or he was already a psychiatrist and then went to Auschwitz and kind of tried to figure out the psychology of the living versus the ones that end up dying. Because he says in the book, like, there was always a moment where the hope would disappear from someone's eyes, and you could always tell, he says, from the eyes. It was almost like the glimmer would disappear, and that's how you can determine who's going to die and who's going to survive, because the moment the hope left, he gave it 3 days maximum for that person to survive, because when an individual, when a human being lost what they looked forward to, lost a hope and a dream for a better future, they had no desire to live and continue surviving. So, with that gone, they would just give up, and it would be a game over, basically. And so the reason I chose this book is because fear is a perspective, but so is love. Love is also a perspective. Believing that all is well is a perspective. Believing that, things will work out for the better is a perspective. And our perspective is so important in our attitude and how we feel on a day-to-day basis. So you could argue that starting with perspective is the best first step for any of us to start with. Like, if we can get our perspective in a healthy and good place, a place that is in accordance to truth, because there is an absolute truth. But our perspective can be the thing that's creating what we feel to be true in a moment. So I personally, believe that the absolute truth is that we live in a loving universe, and that no matter what the outside world is showing to our perception, to our eyes, to our senses, underlying all of it is love. And I know that if you're type 6 and you are used to living in fear, that seems like such a way out there kind of idea. But again, let's start questioning our perception of fear, because our perception is our perception, it's not the truth. But our perception can become close to truth. And so this book is literally just an introduction to the power of perception for us. And that's why I chose it as number one. And so now, going into book number 2, this is more in line with what I was saying about I choose to believe that we live in a loving universe, that things will work out for the better. Where did I start thinking like that? Where did I get all of that, you can say, operating system into my mind? Because fear is an operating system and love is an operating system. It's all about which one do you have installed, because if the one that you have installed in your mind is the one that's going to be running the show. So this book, I've already recommended this in type 3's video, but again, my goal is to recommend books that are going to be good for all types, even though they're going to be primarily good for the type that I'm recommending them for. But I mean, these books are so powerful they can change any of us lives, basically. So A Return to Love. I recommended this in Type 3's video, but I'm recommending it again by Marianne Williamson. Why am I recommending this book to Type 6s? Because just like I was saying about fear running the show, we need to make a return to love. Because as children, children, just a baby when it's born, I believe that baby, when it's in its mother's womb, it's believing in love. It's believing that all things are well, that things will work out. I do believe that baby is trusting. It's surrendered to a divine will, a good universe, and it's trusting that things will be taken care of. And a lot of times Type 6s, the reason they become fearful is that during their childhood, during their very early years of life, they might have had an unpredictable parent, or an alcoholic, or they were in domestic abuse, or situations like that were highly unpredictable, that they could never feel like they're safe. And because of that programming started from an early age and started running the show, that programming of fear, and that things might go bad in an instant, so you have to always be vigilant, and so on and so forth. That programming got installed when they were young, and it still ran the show as they got older. So this book is a great start to help you dismantle that program of fear, to start believing in love, and therefore start experiencing love, because what you believe can determine what you experience. If I believe that right now things can go awful, well, my experience is going to become highly, influenced by that belief that I hold in my mind. And there's a great book by Bruce Lipton called Biology of Belief, and in that he talks about how the beliefs that we hold can impact our biology, our physiology, and how healing, the body really starts with the mind, healing the mind, and having the mind hold more ideas that are conducive more to healing. So highly recommend this book. And another thing that I recommend you guys do, or any of us do, if you're into the Enneagram, look at the direction of the arrows, whether they're going, where does your type go in disintegration? So Type 6 in disintegration, they go to Type 3. So I had recommended this book already in Type 3's video, and it's because types, not only the 3 goes to 6 when it's feeling better, when it's integrating, the 6 goes to 3 when it's disintegrating. So in both of those points, it's good to get back to truth, because you're gonna go there. Like the 6 is gonna go to 3, the 3 is gonna go to 6. So a book that's good for your point of integration or disintegration is also going to be good for your type. So check those videos out. So if you're Type 6, make sure you check out Type 3's video, because that's where Type 6 goes in disintegration. And when it goes to integration, it goes to Type 9. So I haven't made that video yet, but soon it should be on our YouTube page, maybe by the time you see this video. I'm doing one a week, so in a few weeks I'll be at Type 9's video. So I'll leave that there. This book, highly recommended. Check it out. It's going to completely change the operating system of fear. All right, so the next book that I have in mind for Type 6s is a book that the title is super cheesy. For a long time I didn't read it because I felt like sometimes you see a cheesy title or like a super self-help generic title, and then you're like, yeah, there's nothing of content there for me. And that was a wrong perception that I have. And I know a lot of people also kind of avoid the super mainstream books because they're like, I don't know about that one. It might not be as rich in content. But I was pleasantly surprised because one day I just felt called to pick that book up. My girlfriend had it, and so I started reading it, and I actually started really, really enjoying it. This book is, you might already just know based on seeing like the color of the cover. It's called "You Are a Badass" by Jen Sincero. So why did I recommend this book? Because type sixes, not only do they kind of doubt the nature and the intentions of the universe, but they also doubt themselves a lot, and they doubt their own greatness a lot, because how you see the macro really affects the micro. So if your view of the macro universe, if your view of the universe is one that it's not, in your favor, it's not a universe that supports you, well, you being an extension of that universe, you might also hold those beliefs about yourself. So getting the right view of reality can highly determine how you view your own reality. Um, it's like universe has an absolute truth, but your universe is the one that you live in, and that one is created by your thoughts. And thoughts have consequences and have an impact on your life. So getting the mind right through books like this, through books like A Return to Love, all these great books, they really, really help change these old programmings and start experiencing life from a whole new perspective. So, next book I have recently started reading, honestly, and I'm going to be honest, I haven't finished it. And usually I don't like to recommend books that I haven't finished, but I trust these authors so much and have enjoyed all their other books that I have read so much that I'm sure it's going to be great. I've read the first few chapters, and obviously, just from that, I knew that it's going to be a good book to recommend. And it's called Safe People by Henry Cloud and Dr. John Townsend. They are the authors of Boundaries. And Boundaries was a book, for me as a type 9, Boundaries was a book that my girlfriend introduced me to, and it completely changed my life because, as a friend of mine says, you have love and then you have boundaryless love. And boundaryless love is not love because it's not loving towards you. And so their book, Boundaries, really helped me understand that concept a lot better. But Safe People, the subtitle says, How to Find Relationships That Are Good for You and Avoid Those That Aren't. Why am I recommending this for type 6s? Because type 6s, I feel like they deeply yearn for a relationship where within that container they feel safe, they feel seen, they feel heard, they feel loved, they feel secure. But because of their previous experiences and because of the programmings that they hold related to the universe being a fearful universe, a lot of times they have a hard time trusting people. They have a hard time opening up to people. They have a hard time calling in new friendships and new relationships that are good for them into their life. And a lot of times we call in relationships into our life that are just a reflection of what we believe we deserve. And it's also a reflection of what we have experienced in the past, and therefore we think that's all we can get. And so you might have experienced, you get a new relationship, you get a new friendship, and it seems that it's good for a while, and then all of a sudden it becomes the same problem that infiltrated and impacted the last relationship. The same one shows up now in a different disguise in this new person, but it's the same problem. It shows up and you're dealing with the same thing. Why? Because I do believe that the friendships that we attract, the relationships that we attract, a lot of times have to do with how we see ourselves and how we see ourselves, what we see ourselves deserving of. And so this book, just reading the first few chapters, really helped me change basically how I discern, how I discern a relationship that's good for me and how I discern one that's not helpful for me, and start bringing in and inviting the ones that are good for me more into my life. And so for type 6s, they are very skeptical, very doubtful of people. And it takes a long time. The reason they're called loyal skeptic is because they're skeptical, but then once they commit to a person or something, or an organization or a team or a group, they become so loyal. And the thing that they say, the phrase that they say about them is that they go down with the ship. So even if they see a relationship is bad, even if they see a team is bad, even if they see an organization is bad for them, they're gonna hold on and be loyal, because again, it's harder to let go of something that's giving you a sense of certainty and safety than to jump into the unknown again. And type sixes, they don't want to jump into the unknown again. So if you are the person that tends to hold on to something that's not good for them, even if they have clearly seen that it's not good for them, then wouldn't it be better to become better at discerning what is already good for you, what is better for you, who are the safe people that you can attract into your life? Then you know yourself to become loyal to people. So it's better to become loyal to people that are going to be great and good for you, good influences for you. And this book really helps you figure out what those influences are and go from there. So I think those 4 books are a great start for type sixes to kind of start the journey of not only knowing their type, because that's not the goal of the Enneagram, at least not the way I see it. That's not the goal. Okay, I know my type. I now know the problems that I have. The goal is not to know the box and leave it at that. The goal is to know the box and then step out of that box. Step out of the slavery of your personality's programming. And these books that I recommended for type sixes are going to be, I feel like, immensely helpful in helping you navigate the journey from in the box of type 6 to outside the box of type 6. So it is my deepest hope that you find them helpful. Please check them out. Let me know if they helped you in the comments. So thank you for giving us your time. I hope that you enjoyed this video, and please stay tuned for the other types videos. Thank you. Hey, what's up guys? My name is PJ and I am back today with the book recommendations for type 7 individuals of the Enneagram. Let me first start by saying that type 7s are some of my favorite type of people. They are some of my best friends. They are the people that bring the fun. They are the life of the party, and they are the ones that bring spontaneity into my life and into the lives of a lot of the people that they're around. And a lot of times what tends to happen though is that because they are such fun seekers and adventure seekers, and you could say pleasure seekers, that the tendency that tends to happen for them is that they stunt their own growth because they are more concerned with instant gratification than long-term growth and reaching their potential. And I'm only saying this not to knock any of you beautiful type 7 listeners, but it's because I've seen it happen with a lot of my type 7 friends. It's a pattern that they've gone through time and time again, where they felt like their desire for pleasure and enjoyment and fun has overpowered them and stunted their growth. And a lot of times it actually ends up causing them more pain and more struggle and more suffering than it would have been if they had just done the hard thing that might not be the fun thing, but it would be the thing that would enable them to continue to have a fun life. Because a lot of times life is trying to make us face certain, realities that are not pleasurable to think about, that are not pleasurable and fun to face, but facing them enables more room and gives us more room to have more fun, have more joy, and have true fulfillment in our lives. Not just passing momentarily pleasure, but true lasting fulfillment. And that's the hope and intention that I have with the books that I'm going to recommend today. And I hope that they help our type 7 listeners move forward towards that fulfillment that I'm speaking about. So let's begin with book number 1. Book number 1 is a book that I've already recommended to type 2 individuals, and I'm most likely this is a preview, but I'm definitely gonna recommend it to type 9s, including me myself being a type 9. But this is a book that I actually learned about from my girlfriend, because she sincerely saw that I needed what this book teaches you to do very badly. I needed it very badly in my life because I had none of what this book talks about. And I believe that this book can truly change lives for a lot of people, especially of type 2, type 7, and type 9s in particular. And so this book is called Boundaries. It doesn't have a cover. We bought this used, or my girlfriend bought this used, so it didn't have the cover. But when it came, when she bought it, but it's called Boundaries by Dr. Cloud and Dr. Townsend. And honestly, I've read now a lot of books from them, any of them or them together, and they are all so phenomenal. The subtitle for this book is When to Say Yes and When to Say No to Take Control of Your Life. So basically, that subtitle really talks about what this book is all about, is giving us the ability to say no, and consequently, by being able to say no, now our yeses are actual true yeses, because until we can say no, when we say yes, it's not out of true desire to say yes, it's the fact that we have an ability to say no. And so this book completely changed my perspective on many things, and on limits as a whole, both on how other people treat us, but also how we treat ourselves. And actually, that's primary the reason I wanted to recommend this to type 7s. Not so much about how to set boundaries with other people, but how to set boundaries with ourselves. Because the type 7 individuals that I have been around, sometimes they struggle with too much fun and seeking too much pleasure and not knowing how to say no to themselves, and saying, hey, I know that you want to just avoid hard things and instead pay attention to fun and pleasure, but it does serve you well to sometimes say no. And this book, especially a chapter that begins on, actually I was reading it today, that begins on page 208 of this book. It's called Boundaries and Yourself. That entire chapter and section is phenomenal for type 7s who possibly may be struggling with saying no to their own desires. So highly recommend this book. It's life-changing for a person of any type, but definitely more for the type 2s, type 7s, and type 9s. Check it out. Can't recommend it enough. And now on to my second book recommendation. And this book is actually not, I don't think it's a super popular book. I definitely hadn't heard of it until I kind of basically did a Google search and a search on Amazon for this title, and then this book came up. But I knew the author from an incredible book that I had read of his in college, and it was called The 6 Pillars of Self-Esteem, which could be potentially a great book also for type 7s. But this book, actually, let me preface this by saying sometimes people call the type 7s the Peter Pans of the Enneagram. Like they're that kid that didn't grow up, or the kid that didn't choose to grow up and want to take responsibility and face all those adult things, like take responsibility, set limits, say no, like all the things that we might associate with growing up from being a kid and maturing into adulthood. All those things are things that type 7s sometimes lack. And I'm not saying this is true for every type 7, nor is any Enneagram suggestion true for all people of that type. But if we were to just take the most general look at type 7s, they do have that Peter Pan quality of not wanting to grow up quickly, but it would serve them well if they chose to go on that journey of maturing. And it would serve all of us well if we choose to do that. I know for myself, the reason I came across this book was because I wanted to really step into maturity, step into taking responsibility. So I wanted to see if there are any books on taking responsibility. And lo and behold, by Nathaniel Branden, Taking Responsibility. This book is awesome. I've been reading it. It's almost like an older person giving you a guide to graduating from childhood into adulthood and taking responsibility. And the subtitle is Self-Reliance and the Accountable Life. And basically it's exactly as the title suggests. It's all about taking responsibility, learning and valuing accountability, and eventually moving into more of a self-reliant life. Not just meaning that you don't talk to anybody else, but where your responsibilities are, what things you're responsible for, and what things you have to now rely on yourself instead of pleasures outside of you, or things outside of you, or people outside of you, to give those to you. So it's a great book for type 7s in particular, because a lot of times I've had my type 7 friends tell me that one of the best things that has been serving them is actually taking responsibility and really being accountable for their actions and to themselves. And although something like accountability seems boring and something that we might not want to do, but it really helps provide not only just fun but fulfillment down the road, even though it might suck for a short time. So that is the second book, Taking Responsibility. The next book is also, I recommended this book to type 1s, and I tell you why I'm recommending it again. So when I'm trying to do book recommendations for different types, one of the main things that I pay attention to is the direction that type, so in this case type 7s, goes in stress. Because if you look at the Enneagram symbol, there is these arrows going away going away from or to any type. And so type 7, and what those arrows really implicate is when any type is stressed, it goes towards a certain other type, meaning that it starts acting in ways that resemble that other type. It doesn't become that other type, but it starts acting similar to that other type. So in stress, type 7 goes to 1. And I think in growth, it goes to type 5. And I always pay attention to where it goes in stress and see what books would be good and what messages would be healthy and good for that stress point, for that type, because most often they're going to be also helpful for the type that we are naturally embodying. Because basically, I believe that when your type is going to its stress point is because there are certain lessons that stress point holds for you to become more integrated, become more whole, and become overall more fulfilled in your life. So a lot of times we either become proactive and take those lessons that point shows us and teaches us to heart quickly, or life eventually corners us and pushes us to look at those lessons. It's almost like life is grabbing your head and making you look at certain things. For type 7s, when they go to 1, they become perfectionistic, and they might become critical, but not just that. It's more of a self-consciousness, lack of comfort with yourself, becoming critical of yourself. So yes, although they might become critical and perfectionistic with other people, the aspect of it that I think is the most painful is when they become self-conscious with them. And eventually, that self-consciousness is coming into play because that's going to serve them, but in the moment it does hurt and it is painful to become that self-conscious, look at yourself so critically, and its intention is to help you grow. So the reason I wanted to recommend this book is that it's a perfect book for type 7s when they catch themselves doing that transition to that stress point, because this book is great for type 1s, and so it will be great for them in their stress point. It's called The Gifts of Imperfection by Brené Brown, who is actually a researcher of shame. And the 10-year anniversary of this book is actually going to be out soon from when I make this video. I'm making this in August, and in September, I know she's going to release the 10-year anniversary edition because this book is so popular and has changed so many lives. But basically, The Gifts of Imperfection is so good for type 1s or type 7s who go to type 1 in stress, because perfection is the main concern of type 1s. They want to perfect themselves, they want to perfect their environment, everything has to be perfect, and I mean, how often do you catch yourself in a situation where every little detail is perfect? Like almost any situation, if you look for imperfection, you will find it. And if you look for imperfection within yourself, well, guess what? You're going to find a lot of it as well. So all of us will. So this book is really helpful in helping us navigate that point in that journey of self-consciousness. When you become conscious of yourself, good and bad, then you start seeing all these imperfections. And, from that point, it's a very quick travel to shame, to guilt, to beating yourself up and not feeling good about yourself and just feeling like you're awful because now you're becoming aware of these imperfections. But there are gifts in those imperfections if we so choose to change our perspective, because our perspective is the thing that allows us to see new things in new ways. So it's kind of like what they talk about your reticular activation system, which really means like whatever you want to find in your environment, you will find more of. So if I focus on the color yellow, for example, I'm going to find more of the color yellow. And it's the same thing with imperfections or perfections or gifts within the imperfections, which are the perfect thing about the imperfections. So, changing your perspective is super helpful, and that's exactly what this book will do. And hopefully with this, you will, if you do transition to that stress point as a type 7, you will learn the lessons that it's trying to teach you. And once you've learned the lessons, you graduate into back to health, back to type 7, and I think then back to or into type 5 in your growth stage. So hope this helps you guys. And that's not the last book though. This next book has been a book that has changed my life. I know it's changed the lives of many people, and I know that it's definitely changed the lives of the type 7s around me. And this book is a book that, I think it could be recommended to any type, because we definitely all could use a little bit more of this. What is that thing I'm talking about? That thing is the present moment. And that's exactly what this book talks about. The power of now. You might have heard about this. It's by Eckhart Tolle, whom I adore, has taught me so much. Why did I choose to recommend this to type 7 individuals? Well, here's why. If you look up any definition of type 7s, any article, any sort of blog post about type 7s, what is the thing that they do? They anticipate future fun events for them to do. So they escape the present moment because the present moment might not be pleasant, and they project themselves in a future moment that is going to be better than the present moment. And a lot of times when that future moment does come around, then they are in that future moment. Then again, that a future moment from that now present moment is going to be better. So this is a cycle that could go on for a long time. And a lot of times the reason this cycle even started in a type 7 individual might have been because during their childhood, which is the stage and the years that our personality is really forming, during that time period, there might have been really hard situations in their life where as a little child, they couldn't understand how to make better. They couldn't figure out how to make this situation suck less, really, whatever it might have been. It might have been an abusive parent or fight between the two parents or whatever it might have been. But basically they learn how powerful their imagination can be at improving their mood and improving their state. So they're stuck in this situation, in this present moment that is not fun, and they start imagining fun things, fun ideas, fun future situations. And by doing so, they start feeling better. They start feeling like they have control over the situation that is not pleasant. Now, we can all see how powerful that tool is. We can all see that there are lessons within that tool. Imagination, you could argue that we don't use enough of our imagination, enough of our creativity. And we all know the power of good, positive thoughts, imagination, and really belief in that imagination. Those are all great things. But if you ever read the book, The Placebo Effect, I believe it's called, or You Are the Placebo. Sorry, You Are the Placebo by Joe Dispenza. If you read that, it talks about the power of beliefs, especially positive beliefs. If you hold those thoughts and you really believe them, it literally can change your body. You know, your body just will follow. But what I'm saying is, even though that's such a good thing to have, that optimism is such a good thing to have, the thing with all Enneagram types is that they take a good thing and they do so much of it that it becomes a bad thing. So future projection or believe overly being optimistic, even though it's a good thing, becomes a detrimental thing for type 7. So what's important is making sure that you come back to the present moment. You come back to the here and now, because that is all there is. You know, be here now, as Ram Dass said. And what that does a lot of times when people first start doing that, when they first come back to the present moment, they're going to face some things that they might not want to face, things that that future projection of theirs has kept them away from seeing. Some of those type 1 stress point lessons that are there that they haven't looked at. So when they come to the present moment, they might start moving towards that stress point. They might start becoming conscious of things that they have shoved into the subconscious, or that they have avoided thinking about by future projection. But over time, learning to live from the present moment, it allows your life, every moment of it, to be filled with more fun, because life only ever happens in the present moment. And so when we learn to come back to this moment, all that we ever need is here right now. And you will experience that in a deep, true sense. Like, yes, of course, we all have aspirations. We want to accomplish things. We want to do things, experience things in the future. But we should never forget that life happens here and now. So if we can cultivate the skill of being okay with what is, being okay with this moment. I'm not saying be okay with abuse or don't take action to change situations that are harmful. But what I'm saying is, it's a skill to be able to be okay with the now. And when you cultivate that skill, you can not only imagine awesome future possibilities, but make sure that when you are in those future possibilities, you are there in the moment. You're experiencing it. You're tasting the taste. You're enjoying the sounds, the smell, everything. You know, if you want to be in Bali, like, you're sitting here and you're thinking about how fun that would be, and then you get there and you haven't cultivated the power to be here, be there, be here now, you know, be in the present moment, you're going to be in the most beautiful, gorgeous place that you've been to and still not feel the beauty of it, not see the beauty of it. So that would be very unfortunate, and that's why I think this book can change the lives of our Type 7 listeners. Type 7s, because I've spent so much time with you myself, I have a lot of friends, like I said, that are Type 7s. I have seen firsthand books that help them. This last book I actually don't have. I just realized I've listened to an audiobook of it. But it's so empowering and good for Type 7s who, in most cases, are very creative. Type 7s can be very creative, can be filled with inspiration and ideas, but the execution of those ideas, the bringing to life of those fun things, that requires focused attention, that requires diligent work. So it's like one thing to have the cloud version of the idea, the vision of it, but it's another thing to bring it down to earth, to the mud, you know. And it's something like Gary Vaynerchuk talks about clouds and dirt. You need both. Clouds is the idea, the dirt is a day-to-day mundane, you know, tasks that need to be done as to bring that vision down. And to me, that's like true manifestation. And Type 7s can be some of the most powerful manifestors because they can imagine so well. And if they can combine it with diligent work, they are, you know, unstoppable. That book I'm recommending is called The War of Art. Again, another book that if you are a creative, have been on the creative path, creative journey, which we are all creatives. We are creating our life every single moment. You can say that our life is like a canvas and we're painting every experience, everything we do is a brush stroke on this canvas, and we're creating our life. So we're all creatives. created by a creator. And so this book, The War of Art, talks about what he calls in the book the resistance. Is the thing, and resistance takes so many forms, but it's the thing that stops every creative on their journey of bringing the imagination into the physicality, the physical manifested realm. What keeps them away are all the forms that resistance takes that keeps them away from them doing their work. And what helps them is becoming, focused, sitting down, doing the work day in and day out. And obviously, I can't shrink that whole book into like 5-minute clip, but he talks about different ways to overcome resistance, and the way that we can, as creators, become more skilled at that whole process of clouds to dirt, bring them together. That whole process, the more we can practice that, the more we can create more and offer gifts, because your imagination and your creativity, what it's inspiring you to do, that's a gift that you can give to the world, but you have to actually have the capacity to bring it down. As long as it just stays in the idea realm, it doesn't help anybody, including yourself. And so the War of Art changed my life. I mean, I remember like reading it for the first time. I felt like it's just like a mandatory book that should be given to any child, to read, because it truly gives you like a superpower. You realize that the mystical is real, the inspiration, what he calls the muse, like all of that is real. But there's a method to the miracle. There's a method you can practice that process. And it's very empowering to read. So I highly recommend his books. But it's by Steven Pressfield, and his other books in that whole series of The War of Art, which is Turning Pro, which is his way of overcoming what he calls being an amateur that falls into the trap of resistance all the time. Turning pro, becoming pro, that's the remedy to that. And I think his other work, or I know his other book is called Do the Work. He has The Authentic Swing, The Warrior Ethos. I'm just obsessed with his books. He's a phenomenal writer, and highly recommend it. So I think that's good enough for now. I truly believe that if you read these books and you take them to heart, that they can impact your life. No matter what type you are, they can impact your life in a positive way. So it's certainly my hope that they will do so for you. Thank you for watching this video. I will be back with type 8's book recommendations, and then lastly my own type 9's book recommendations. So I'm basically just going to tell you all the books that helped me. If this has helped you, please let me know. It really helps me stay encouraged to do more videos like this. And if you have read any of these incredible books, please let me know so that I can be reminded that we are all on the same journey. Thank you so much. Again, my name is PJ, and I hope to see you guys soon. Bye. Hey, what's up guys? My name is PJ, and today I'm back with book recommendations for type 8 individuals of the Enneagram. So the type 8 are called the challengers, and as the name kind of points to, they're the ones that challenge the status quo. They're the ones that are the rebels, the challengers, the breakers of the system, you can call them, so to speak. A lot of times the type 8 individuals became the way they are because they had to really, early on in their life, they had to really face a very strong, dominant, forceful parent. This is just a possible scenario or possible situation. This doesn't mean that every single type 8 individual that exists became that way because of that. But in most cases, they had a parent that they chose to stand up to, because that parent might have been very controlling, might have been very, strong-willed, and wanted to enforce their will on the child, on the type 8 child. And that type 8 individual decided that the best way to counteract that forcefulness is to become forceful themselves. So it's interesting because, we might have parents that are like that. Many of us have had parents, one or the other parent that was like that, was enforcing, controlling. And a lot of times some types choose to please that parent, some types choose to ignore or kind of numb themselves to the feeling that they get from that. And some types tend to become, achievers and succeed, and therefore, get the validation from that hard to please parent. But type 8s decide to rebel against that parent, and they decide to say, no, I'm not going to put up with this. I'm not going to deal with you, treating me this way. And they're going to become very forceful. And a lot of times they might just rebel to rebel. They might not really, this is just my understanding, they might not really strongly believe a certain standpoint, but as long as that standpoint goes against the status quo, goes against the thing that they're being told by, let's say, that parent, they decide to take that stand because it helps them take a strong stance against something. And that's a big word for type 8s, being against, not for something. So by just being against something, they're automatically for something else. But early on, they just realize they get a lot of power, or a sense of power and joy from being against something. And so this tends to translate into their life, into adulthood, because a lot of these patterns that we learn in Enneagram, they were created within us early on, super early on, in our development years as a child. And then what happens is these patterns end up moving with us through these different stages of different stages of life, until we become aware that they're existing within us and that they're driving a lot of our behaviors. And that awareness alone, that awareness of that pattern, shining that light on that pattern, because the pattern is like a shadow in the background, right? And once you shine the light of awareness on that pattern, then you're basically aware that it's almost like, have you seen those movies? I think there's a scene in Men in Black where there's they open this alien's brain, and there's like a tiny alien within that brain controlling the big, body of this individual. And that little alien, you can call that like the personality programming, that the personality pattern. So let's say if you're type 8, it's almost like you have a small, inner child in your voice, the type 8 inner child. And that inner child, that inner pattern is driving a lot of your behaviors. And that child, it's almost like you can be 30 years old, but that child has stayed 8 years old. I'm not saying you're not mature, you're not an adult. A lot of us, we sometimes, especially in stressful situations, we act out of our inner child's needs, because our inner child is constantly trying to speak to us. It's constantly trying to get certain needs met that they might have felt like they didn't get those met early on in their life. And so as we step into our adulthood, it's almost like that inner child, until that inner programming, until we shine the light on it, it might be trying to get those needs met, by still playing out patterns that are completely outdated. To me, not allowing your personality to, how do I say this? To me, when we have our personality programming, that was the same personality programming that we used early on in childhood. When we have that personality programming driving our behavior as an adult, to me, it's almost like wearing the same pair of shoes that you had at age 8. And let's say you're 28 now, 20 years later, and there's no way you can still fit in those same pair of shoes, but we try. And sometimes we don't even know that we're doing that. So for type 8, what tends to happen is they now are moving into new situations, co-workers, relationships, business partners, whatever it might be, right? And that type 8 tendency, that rebellious tendency, that desire to reject control imposed on them from the outside by becoming controlling and powerful and rebellious themselves. And therefore, instead of being controlled, they take the horns, so to speak, the bull by the horns, and they control others with that power. And a lot of times, the type 8s are great. They could be great leaders because their natural instinct is to take charge, is to take control, and is to lead, right? So just like any other types, right? Any other type, or any type in general, the thing that could be bad about them is the same thing that can be a superpower of theirs. You know, it's like I'm watching this show on Netflix. It's called the Umbrella Academy, and Umbrella Academy basically has like these seven primary superheroes, right? And to me, it's fun to like think of the Enneagram as well. You know, it's like, let's say seven types, right? Enneagram has nine, but seven types. Okay, we have these seven types that each have their superhero powers, but they have to learn how to harness and use those abilities the best. And there's this one individual, one character, her name is Vanya. And Vanya has been told that she doesn't have powers, has forgotten that she has powers. Um, but she has a very powerful sense of power and ability. And what she's going to do is she needs to learn, first remember that she has that power, which is kind of what Enneagram does for us. Enneagram kind of shows us, like for example, me as a type 9, it shows me that you have this tendency to go with the flow and seek harmony and peace in any situation that you're in, almost to a detrimental effect. But that same thing can be very powerful and utilized as a superpower. You can bring peace, bring harmony, bring ease into different situations. So that Achilles heel of yours can be a superpower of yours. And for type 8s, you know, once they become aware that they can be so good at leading and they realize that they have that power, now they can consciously use that power to lead and to help people, you know, step into their own power, come to a sense of inner power within. Because a lot of us, we don't usually possess the confidence and the aura of leadership that type 8s possess. So that could be the gift that they bring to a lot of us. And another very important thing to remember about type 8s is that that little child, the inner child that I was speaking to you about, you know, the child within us resembles the childhood innocence that we have. And that innocence, because of the circumstances that the type 8 grew up in, whether it was a cultural circumstance or whether it was a parent that was very forceful and dominating to them, whatever the circumstances were, the type 8 child felt like they had to grow up sooner than most people. They felt like they have to step into an adult role sooner than many of us. And because of that, they felt like they lost that innocence of childhood. And now, you know, underneath their forceful exterior, their powerful exterior, underneath that inner child is the innocence within. That innocence, that vulnerable child within that they're protecting, that they're trying to keep safe. So just like earlier I talked about that inner child within us that's like pulling the strings. Well, that inner child is very innocent, and that inner child is trying to protect its innocence. And in each type, you can say that child is trying to find its own worthiness and its own sense of belonging in different ways. So let's say in a type 1 individual, that child is trying to be perfect, is trying to do everything right. Just imagine the burden and the pressure that that imposes on any of us, and any child. And another thing that I find helpful is that when you encounter different individuals, look at them as that child. You know, look at them as that innocent child. And all of a sudden, when you do that, all the spiritual lessons that different spiritual teachers and prophets have tried to teach humanity, like do unto others as you would have done unto you, you know, forgive others, love your neighbor, all those teachings, all of a sudden when you see other people as that innocent child within them, they become available to us, they become easier to us. And so the point of what I'm saying is that inner innocent child within type 8s, that innocence is something that they've tried to protect. You know, they're trying to protect that innocence by becoming almighty, all-powerful individuals. Deep down, they really seek for someone or a place where they can be that innocent self, where they can be that inner child, that they can drop the exteriors of powerfulness. They can drop their desire to be in control. They can drop all that and they can fall back into being innocent. It's interesting that the type 8 goes to type 2 when it's integrating, and type 2 is called the giver or the helper. It's the type that seeks to help, seeks to serve other people, seeks to, almost like you can say to a fault, put its own needs aside so that it can attend and serve the needs of other people. The type 8, this powerful individual, at their best, they go and become that servant leader. You look at someone like Martin Luther King Jr., who most likely was a type 8. That person, when they give a speech, there's so much power within that, right? That power was now being utilized in the service of love. They're using their personality, they're using their abilities, their power, their leadership qualities, all for the service of love, for helping other people. So that's completely showing a type 8 integrating the type 2 aspect. And a lot of times that point, because each Enneagram goes to another point when it's feeling great or when it's stressed out. So it goes to one point when it's integrating, and it goes to another point when it's disintegrating. Type 8 goes to type 2 when it's integrating, and it goes to type 5 when it's disintegrating. So when it goes to type 5, it becomes emotionless, you can say. It's like a powerful machine that lacks emotion. It's like becomes very stoic. My girlfriend actually is a type 8, and I've seen this happen. If there's an argument within us, it's frustrating for other people like myself, because it's almost like there's nothing you can do that would inflict any emotional pain to them, because they become so cold. Not that I would want to do that, but I'm just saying it's like I've seen that move happen in first-hand situations. But I've seen the opposite happen too. When a type 8 goes to type 2, when it's integrating, these are some of the most loving change agents that the world has ever seen. And they have powerfully combined their power with love, and combining those two, they're unstoppable. The point that each type goes to integration. So in this case, for type 8 being type 2, that point, what it means in one tradition of Enneagram, it means that these are qualities that early on in childhood stages of development, in our childhood, in our early years of life, these qualities that we're now trying to reintegrate back into us, these qualities were qualities that we felt like we have to let go of. We felt like because of our circumstances, these qualities are not serving us to get our needs met, and so we let go of them. So for type 8, those type 2 qualities are the desire to help, to serve, to seek to meet the needs of other people above one's own needs. Those qualities, a type 8 individual might have felt that they need to let go of those because the situations that they're in don't really foster and create the good grounds, good soil for them to be able to use those qualities. They might have been in such a rough environment that if they were all helping and loving and trying to serve other people, that might have not gotten them to get their needs met. And what would have been a much more powerful and better way of getting their needs met was to be powerful. So I like 50 Cent a lot, and I have read 2 of his books. He has one book that he's written himself and another book that he's written with the author of 48 Laws of Power. So the Hustle Harder, Hustle Smarter, that's the 50 Cent's book that he wrote himself. I was listening to that, and when he's talking about his childhood, I think 50 Cent is a great example of being a type 8. In his childhood in Queens, New York, the situation that he grew up in was so difficult and challenging that he had to become, a powerful individual from a very early age. I mean, the show he's produced is called Power, and he has this aura of power. He's gotten shot 9 times or 8 times, didn't die. Power, power, power. That's the theme that keeps playing in his life. And so listening to his story, you can easily see why someone in that environment would choose to become powerful and forceful versus overly compassionate and loving and serving, because they knew in that environment that's not going to do the job. That's not going to get their needs met. So that actually brings me to the reason that I chose the books that I chose to recommend for type 8, because these books are directed towards helping type 8 individuals get back in touch with those lost elements of childhood, the child heart point, some people call the type, the type that is the integration type. Those elements are the elements that the books that I'm going to recommend today are aimed to help type 8s get in touch with. Innocence, vulnerability, love, service, all those things are things that these books will help type 8s get to. So, first book. I've already recommended a lot of books by this author, in these series of videos that I've made. But, I think it doesn't matter how many times you recommend books from this person, they are helpful in every case. And so this book, I think it's actually an audiobook, but I'm sure the book actually is, in paperback as well. But it's by Brene Brown, a very famous shame researcher. I think she's a type 1 herself. So she's in the body types of the Enneagram, you can say. And this book is called The Power of Vulnerability. Power of Vulnerability, just as the name implies, it's all about finding power within what type 8s might feel as a powerless state, which is being vulnerable. In order for us to have genuine, real connection with other people, to have love, to have compassion, to have union with other people, we need to be able to be vulnerable. As long as we have a shield up, we won't be able to connect with people authentically. Shields get in the way of us getting close. And in order to get close to other people, we have to drop those shields. We have to drop those guards and drop back into our hearts and be vulnerable and be childlike, and from that state connect to other people. This book will definitely help type 8s do that, and it's a book that has helped many, many people. I think it was a TED Talk that Brene Brown did on gifts of vulnerability or power of vulnerability or something like that went viral for her, and that led to all the other books by her that are about vulnerability. And this book is phenomenal, and I think it's a great starting point for us before we get into the other books that I have to recommend today. It's a great starting point to if you just listen to that, or if you just read that one book and realize that there's power in vulnerability. Strength has power also, but the power that comes from vulnerability is a power that is beyond this world. It's a power that helps us connect to others in a way that just being strong all the time won't help us do. So that's a great first starting point, and then from here we're going to go to the other books that I have for us today. So the next book, this is the first time in this entire series that I've done this, but I'm going to recommend 2 books from the same author in one video. This next book is, again, by Brene Brown. It's called The Gifts of Imperfection. I actually have it right here. She's releasing the 10-year anniversary edition of this book next month in September. So this cover is probably going to be outdated very soon. But The Gifts of Imperfection by Brene Brown. This book, well, actually, let me just read the subtitle. It says, "Let go of who you think you're supposed to be and embrace who you are. Your guide to a wholehearted life." Again, this goes very hand in hand with her other book, Power of Vulnerability, because so you decide to be vulnerable. This book is primarily, I don't want to say primarily, but it's a lot about shame, as most of Brene Brown's research is about shame. She's a shame researcher. So this book, one of the things that it helped me really see is, okay, so you decide to be vulnerable. Like, great, I'm going to open up now. So you open up yourself and you put yourself out there, you become vulnerable, and then boom, somebody says something, somebody does something in response to you being vulnerable that triggers shame. That great old friend that neither of us likes to deal with, that it comes back up for most of us in different circumstances in life. And sometimes it seems so out of place. Somebody says something that, let's say, is this small of a thing, but the way it gets internalized within us is like a massive, rage-filled, shame-triggered reaction that we're like, where did that even come from? What within me was already there that thing that they did or said triggered that to that extent? So when a situation like that happens, what we need to have is what Brene Brown calls shame resilience. And shame resilience is our ability to be resilient against shame attacks that we either do to ourselves, shame ourselves, or that something happens and it causes shame within us. How to become shame resilient. So the reason I wanted to recommend this book was because, keep pointing over here as if you guys can see what I see. The reason I keep recommending this book is because once you become vulnerable, once you put yourself out there, you might actually get some feedback to that causes shame. And then once that happens, especially a type 8 individual that has learned to protect themselves and their innocence from being hurt by being vulnerable, what you need to know and the skill set that you need to have is shame resilience, because you're vulnerable, somebody says something, it triggers shame, and then you're like, see, I knew I shouldn't be vulnerable. I knew that this is a dead end road that I should not get on. But that's when a book like this comes in and helps you with shame resilience, because it's better to live vulnerable and love fully and truly than to never lay your guards down and open your heart and have long-lasting, fulfilling relationships and connections in your life. So it's worth it every time, even though sometimes it might hurt. What's that saying? It's better to have loved and been hurt than to have never loved at all, or something like that. I might be butchering it, but I think that's what the quote says. So Brene Brown, double whammy books, both of them are amazing. So next book I want to recommend is, just before I go into that book, this basket. My girlfriend's basket is the magical book basket. So never know what's going to come out of this basket when I open it up. But the reason I'm recommending all these books, first and foremost, is because I think it's so powerful for type 8s to get back to love, to return to love, and really return to that childhood innocence and a state of trust and faith in the universe that they had in their childhood, that they felt like they have to let go of in their early stages of development. It's so enriching for their lives to get back to that. And that's why I'm recommending this book again for the billionth time in this series, because I feel like it's going to help any of us from any type make that sweet return back to love. That's why we're going to recommend A Return to Love. I didn't know how many times I can make a reference without you guys finding out what I'm saying in one sentence, but hopefully that wasn't too cheesy and we can all return to love again. Anyways, this book is by one of my favorite authors, Marianne Williamson. This book completely changed my outlook on the idea of God, the idea of faith, and so many things that are, along that same concept. It truly was an opening to me to trust and faith and to love and to prayer, to trusting in the universe, in God. And I know that for a lot of type 8s, this book can be very helpful because it helps you. I honestly think Marianne Williamson, I don't want to say she's a type 8, but she is probably has some sort of 8 in her because she has a lot of that rebellious qualities. And that's why when she speaks about her own experiences and her own return to love, it hits home differently for those of us that have that rebellious quality within us, that quality that kind of wants to hold on to control, not open itself to like surrendering and letting the flow of life take us where it needs to. And in other words, letting God's will be done instead of our own. Type 8s are really good at allowing their will to be done, but it's a challenge to allow a bigger will than theirs to be done, an infinite intelligence's will to be done through us, we being used as conduits by that force, by that energy field, by God, to serve others. It takes courage to do that for type 8 especially, but once they allow themselves to let go of their own control and instead allow themselves to be open to receiving guidance and instructions from a higher will and carry those out, they can carry those out with so much power and love and grace and passion that can completely change the world. You look at another, a person that I've already mentioned his name, MLK Jr. You look at a person like that. That person was inspired by a power bigger than himself to use his human power combined with the power of that force and then create massive, long-lasting change in the history of the world. That's the power that type 8s have. Once they allow themselves to be guided by that will, by that intelligence, they are unstoppable change agents in the world. And this book will help you do that. Have you ever heard this quote? Our deepest fear is not that we are inadequate. Our deepest fear is that we are powerful beyond measure. Well, a lot of people think that is by Nelson Mandela, but it's not. It's by Marianne Williamson. It's from A Return to Love. This is the book that quote came from. So, can't recommend this book enough. I've been rereading it for like the 1000th time in the past 4 years. And depending on what part of your journey you're in, this book will speak to you differently. Like, for example, the chapter on work was, a great chapter always, but now that I'm kind of more concerned with that area of my life, the chapter on work has just been speaking so much wisdom and goodness to me that I can't get enough. So, can't recommend this book enough times. The next book is a book that I believe I've already recommended in, I think it might have been Type 3's video, but I'm going to recommend it again here because just like Type 3's, Type 8s have a desire to hold on to control, and they know on a gut, like deep level, what they want and how to go get that. But they know what they want, right? They might not know what the divine wants for them, that oftentimes can surprise us and blow our minds but by what it can give to us versus what we think we want. How many times have you said, I want X, Y, and Z, or this thing, or that thing, and then you get it, and you're like, wait a minute, I didn't think this is going to feel this way. Like, I thought it's going to feel better. I thought that this is going to make me happy. But a lot of times, when something like that happens, to me, it's just a testament that it's almost like there's an intelligence that knows us better than we know ourselves. And if we allow ourselves surrender to that knowledge, that knowing, our lives become like a walking miracle. It's amazing, what could happen that we couldn't even imagine. And so for you Type 8s listening right now, everything I just said might be so woo-woo and out there and so like, what is this guy talking about? But I encourage you to check out this book and the story within this book. It's called The Surrender Experiment by Michael A. Singer. He's the author of The Untethered Soul as well. And this book is describing Michael A. Singer's desire and choice to let go of his control and what he knows is best for himself and allow a higher intelligence guide his life. So he surrendered to that field, to God, really, to a higher intelligence, and allowed the universe to guide his life based on an intelligence way beyond our own. So for type 8s who love to have control, love to know how things go, love to, excuse my language, make shit happen, um, they, if they can learn how to surrender, it's going to be one of the greatest accomplishments of their life. Because if a type 8 individual can let go of control, that is amazing. I've seen what can happen, the beauty and the gifts that can come from that state within type 8s, because I am in a relationship with a type 8. And so I know when she surrenders, when she lets herself to be led and guided, she can be such a loving light, truly goes to that integration path to the life of everybody else around her. And, babe, if you ever watch this video, you're always like that. But the surrender experiment, it talks about Michael A. Singer's journey with surrendering. And it was truly eye-opening for me to see, Michael A. Singer's, see his dedication to surrender, see his dedication to letting go of control. And situations that if I were in those situations, I would be, gosh, who knows what I would do. But definitely to the extent that he let go of control and surrendered, it's incredible. And to see what transpired from that is just unbelievable. And I found in my own life the best decisions that I've made have been because I decided that I'm going to surrender, that I'm going to allow myself to be shown what I don't know, what I haven't seen yet, what I don't even know I want, but I deep down deeply want on a soul level. Surrender, allow myself to be shown, to be revealed what that is, to be revealed what my part to play in this world is, instead of trying to figure out what my, purpose is by myself. Allowing myself to be shown what part I'm here to play. This has led to some of the most beautiful moments of my life and some of the most powerful experiences that I've ever been a part of, that of my own strength I couldn't do. And so I have seen and experienced the power of surrender firsthand. And I know for type 8s, if they can tap into that energy of surrender, tap into that state, not only is it going to get them back in touch with their innocence that they are so deeply yearning for, but it's going to be enriching to the lives of everybody else that they encounter. So I hope that you guys check these books out. Please let me know in the comments if you have read any of them, or if you got them because of this video, and if they helped you. That would mean the world to me. I hope you enjoyed it, and I'll be back next week with the last book recommendation video in the series, which would be for my type 9s. So type 9s, check it out. I'm excited for me to talk about books that impacted my own life tremendously, and it's almost like they just knew to save this type for last, because it's just building up that excitement to come and share. I'll be back. Please, if you like this, subscribe to my channel. More videos about the Enneagram coming out soon. Thank you. Bye. What's up, guys? This is PJ. I'm back with the last video in this series. The book recommendation series for the Enneagram types that I've created has been one of the most fulfilling, creative things that I have ever taken on. And to be at number 9 is truly fascinating and incredible for me. And honestly, I don't know if I wasn't to type 9 myself, if I would have had the motivation to keep going, because I was so excited to get to this point, to type 9, and talk about the books that have completely changed my own life in the past 5 or 6 years, that I really took on self-development and working on myself and trying to become more aware, trying to become more conscious and live a more conscious life. The books that I have today are books that I can, firsthand say as a type 9, if you're interested in my instinctual type, it's sexual or one-on-one type 9 with a wing 1. I used to think I'm a wing 8, but I have become more and more and more aware of my own perfectionistic tendencies within myself that really led me to realizing, no, I'm definitely a type 9 with a wing 1, not a wing 8. So today the books I have, with that understanding of kind of my type and my background and my personality type, the books that I have today are books that really helped me in my journey um, of becoming more aware, becoming more conscious, and really shining a light on the blind spots that my personality type had created for me. And the strengths and weaknesses that come with that personality type, these books really help you work on the strengths. Well, honestly, there are certain things that come easy to type 9s, and for time reasons, I didn't want to make this video too long and bring too many books that just allow the strengths to become stronger, and instead decided to focus on recommending books that help the blind spots or the weak spots get stronger, so that we can create a balanced sense of individuality within ourselves. That our weaknesses are developing and our strengths are right there, so that we are, as if it was a scale, we are evening and balancing out that scale. So the books I have today are to really help you develop the sides of your type 9 personality type that might not be as integrated and that might not be as developed, basically. I have a hard time saying that word. I have an accent. I'm originally from Iran, so that accent sometimes comes through. So that's just FYI, if you were wondering why is he saying that word like that. Okay, the type 9s are called the peacemakers of the Enneagram. And I remember hearing that as a type 9 for the first time, not knowing I was a type 9 100%, or not 100% being sure that I'm a type 9. Hearing the peacemaker, I didn't think I'm so peaceful to be a peacemaker, but realizing more and more what that means for a type 9, it really means that the type 9s value peace and harmony above all. They value not having conflicts, especially with people close to them, people that they deal with on a consistent day-to-day basis. They don't want conflict. They don't want too much of a argumentative, competitive sense of being in their life. So sometimes, just like any other type, they take something that's good, the desire for peace, the desire for harmony, and they overdo it. They take it to a fault. They want peace to a fault. So sometimes it's healthy to have conflict. Sometimes it's healthy to have very honest discussions with other people and say, hey, this thing doesn't really is not helpful for me, or be honest about what you want, even if that rocks the boat. And those things might produce conflict, but in the long term, what they end up producing is a deep, deep sense of peace. Peace at any cost is no peace at all. And as a type 9, I firsthand experienced that and know what that means. And I don't know if that's a quote or something that I just came up with, but I realized that sometimes in life, you have to be honest with who you are and be honest about your needs, your wants, your desires, and your preferences. And know that speaking those things, voicing those things, being honest about those things is going to cause conflict. Don't even say it might. It's going to cause conflict with people around you, because we are different people. We have different preferences, and we have differing and opposing preferences sometimes. Let's say you become very honest with yourself and you ask yourself, what do I want? Who do I want to be? And you select a religion, or you select a political affiliation or party. And that decision that you make is going to be conflicting and is going to be opposing with what other people close to you and dear to you might have for themselves. So know that it's actually a very worthy cause to your spirit, to your soul, to your development as an individual being, to be honest with those, even if they cause conflict. Because when you are honest with who you are and you show up as your authentic self in the world, yes, it's going to cause conflict at first, but what it's going to do over time is that not only are you going to look in the mirror and say, I am who I truly am, I am who I truly feel and believe I am, versus what other people want me to be, which is, for me, I think for a long time, I wanted to be what other people thought is a good person to be, or a worthy person, or is a person that is going to get approval from other people. But it's a lot more fulfilling when you can look in the mirror and go to sleep at night and know that you are living authentic to you. You are living in accordance to who you deep down feel like you are. So yes, over time or in the short term, it's going to cause conflict, but it's in the long run, it's going to produce fruits of peace, of true satisfaction and fulfillment in life. Not what I was saying earlier about peace at any cost is no peace at all. Peace at the price of your authenticity, at the price of your soul, that peace is not worth it. The price for that peace is too high. And that's why it's a lot more worth it to be who you are. Say what you think, believe in your values, believe in your preferences, and be okay with that. Be expressive about those. And if conflict happens, so be it. But know that that's going to lead to a much more fulfilling life. And I know that it has done that for me. Being more honest about myself, being more honest with people around me about what I like and who I am and what matters to me and what values do I have. What principles, guiding principles do I want to live my life by? Being honest about those has led to better relationships, closer connections to people around me, a deeper connection to my own spirit, feeling like, who I show up in the world as every day is true, is real. I can go to sleep at night knowing that I live today fully and authentically as myself, not what somebody else told me that they want me to be. And there's a deep peace that comes from that. There's a deep satisfaction that comes from that. And that's why I've chosen the books that I have chosen today, because these books truly helped me reach that state, reach that fulfillment. And obviously, it's a work in progress. Some days I'm better at living the principles that I've learned from these books. Some days I'm not. Some days I'm a mess. I'm falling and reverting back to my old ways of people pleasing, wanting to put on a face of, let me just be who people want me to be so that it doesn't cause conflict. But once you have tasted, once you have lived what it's like to be yourself, there's no going back. You can try to go back to sleep once you have awakened to your authentic self, but it's not going to be as easy. You're going to deep down know that if I am living from a people-pleasing place, if I am living from my type 9, tendencies, personality types tendencies, you're going to know that it's not as good as it could be. Now you have known and seen how good it could be. One of my favorite spiritual teachers online, his name is Phil Good, he says, suffering is not knowing how easy it could be, how good it could be. That's true suffering. If you guys haven't checked out Phil Good, he's phenomenal. I think you might resonate with his content if you resonate with our channel and my channel. So, I am going to start with the book recommendations. I have more books to recommend in this video than any other one. And I am sorry, but not sorry, because I am a type 9. So these books, speaking for every other type, it was more about, speaking based on what I know about those types and having encountered those individuals in my life from those types, and then thinking what would be most helpful for them. So, the list of the books that I recommended might have been shorter, but in this one, I had to only check with myself and think, as a type 9, purebred type 9, what books have helped me the most, and then recommend those. And it was hard to keep it to these, number of books, but I've chosen 7 books to recommend today. And, Either any one of these books can truly change your life if you're a type 9. So I'll be starting with the book number 1. The first book is a book that I've already talked a lot about in many of the book recommendations that I've done. And there's a very good reason for that. This book is super powerful. It's changed the lives of many, many individuals around the world, and that's why it's been a best-selling spiritual book for many years. The reason this book is a book that I've recommended so many times is because, to me, doing what this book teaches us to do and coming back to a centered place within ourselves in the present moment, that is truly one of the first foundational steps in any journey of self-development that you ever take on. Because if you can't be here, be in this moment, truly present in the moment, and observe yourself, what's going on within you, what's going on in your mind, the thoughts that are passing in your mind. If you can't get to that grounded, centered place, then your work of self-development and self-realization is going to truly be hindered, because one of the first steps of any journey of self-development is that inner observation, is coming inside and being with what's going on and being honest with ourselves. And what this book teaches, The Power of Now by Eckhart Tolle, the material in this book truly help us come to the present moment, come back to the now, realize the power contained within this now moment. And from this now moment, from here, we can start our journey. You know, one of the things that Eckhart Tolle, I remember reading this book for the first time, maybe like 7 years ago or 6 or 7 years ago. I remember reading something in this book that at the time I didn't really understand, even though I could logically and rationally understand what he was saying, but in my experience it didn't feel true at the time because I lived so much in my head and in the future and the past. But he said, life only happens in this present moment. Any moment in your life that you have ever experienced, you have experienced it as this present moment, right? So we do think about, past, a memory in our mind or something that happened to us when we were a child or whatever, but that was in the present moment at that time. And at the time when I first read that, it was almost like it was just like a thought in my mind versus a visceral experience of present moment in my life. But years later, through meditation, through practices like Qigong, which is a practice that I love and do, through those practices I learned how to truly understand, and not only just mentally understand, but viscerally in my body feel and understand what it means that life only happens in this present moment. There's no other moment but the present moment. So coming to that place is the first starting point of our journey of self-development and evolution as a spiritual being, really. So I recommend this book as a first step for type 9s. And this book is one of those books that kind of talks more about the strengths of type 9, because type 9s are pretty good at going with the flow, being at ease and being in the present moment. But still, as a type 9, you can be very stuck in your head. Just like, I was a type 9, but I was very stuck in my head and didn't really know how to connect to my body. And, type 9s are actually, they could be very disconnected from what's going on inside themselves because they're so focused on, what other people want and desire. So they are disconnected from inside themselves. That's why one of the main reasons I chose this book is because type 9, the journey of evolution and growth for type 9 is to get in touch within themselves. What's going on inside myself? What do I want? What are my goals? What are my dreams? What are my, passions and purpose in this life, and so on and so forth. So this book really helps build on the strengths of type 9, which is being calm and present, and then helps you cultivate those by helping you get more in touch with inside of yourself. And from there, we can go on to the other work that we can do. And the reason I chose the other books, they're going to help you build on the foundation that The Power of Now is going to help set. So the second book is also another book that I have recommended many times already in this series. And there's a very good reason, is because this book, even though I've only been reading it probably in the past year, but it has been very eye-opening and revolutionary in my journey, especially when I read more about type 9 and learned more about my type. There is, the beauty of the Enneagram is this. It's like, yes, it talks to you once you realize your type and like you read a type description that really speaks to you. Yes, it does talk about certain things that you already know. That's why you're like, this is my type, because you already know those things about yourself to be true. But there's more, right? It shines the light on what certain elements of your own personality that you might not be seeing. Because it's almost like, hey, most people that are of this type, that are similar to you, that their personality is similar to yours, they also have these tendencies. And so even if you're not aware of it, just by knowing that mold, knowing that type structure, and knowing where you fit in the whole Enneagram system, then you can become aware of those blind spots before life forces you to look at those blind spots. Because I do believe, and this could just be my subjective opinion, but I do believe life constantly wants to help you see your blind spots by the experiences that it brings into your life, especially if you're committed to understanding the truth about yourself. And it's almost like life wants to tilt your head and make you face certain blind spots so that you can become more integrated, more whole. And with the Enneagram, it's almost like you can predict where your blind spots are before life forces you to look at them, which a lot of times is not pleasant, because it's happening through like having a triggering reaction to something, and then you realize, wow, like I've never looked at that. That's why it's causing so much trigger, because it's completely alien to my experience. And so yes, this is the book that I'm going to recommend right now, Boundaries by Dr. Cloud and Dr. Townsend. I've recommended this more than I can even remember now in this book recommendation series, but definitely I recommended it for type 2, I remember, and I recommended it for type 7. I don't know if I've recommended it more times than that, but type 9s for sure. Boundaries, this book, and the concept of boundaries in general is going to be so helpful to type 9s, because going back to blind spots, about how these books are to help you see those blind spots, and the Enneagram in general helps you see your blind spots. Boundaries, having personal boundaries, right? Having a sense of identity of who you are, not who other people around you tell you you are, or you've or society has told you you are. Because it's like you have to have boundaries. You have to know your border, and then from there come back inside that border and say, okay, this is me. Because type 9s, they tend to merge with other people. And I've had this experience as a one-to-one bonding sexual type 9. And if you're not familiar with the Enneagram lingo, sexual is like one-on-one bonding is a new term for it. But basically, it's an instinctual type where you tend to bond with one person closely. And so being a type 9, also combined with that instinctual variant, it definitely caused in my own life a sense of like, I am who my closest friend is. So most of my life, I would have a close friend or a close relationship, a one individual that I was super close to. And, I would think that I have these authentic desires and preferences and dreams and goals for my life. But then over time, when I really became honest and really started seeing and doing the work that the Enneagram begins for us, I was like, oh my God, so much of what I want and so much of who I think I am is really this other person that I'm close to. It's what they want. It's who they are. It's what they like. It's not me. I'm different than them. And boundaries and having healthy boundaries it's a step in a child's development stage. A child, as it's developing, it goes through different stages, and one of those stages is becoming more aware of their own boundaries. A child that's very young, they might not know the boundaries between them and their mother. So they're so close to the mother that they think they are one with the mother. And as they age, they're like, okay, wait, no, like I am separate from the mother. I am separate from these other people. I have, a boundary within myself. I can feel certain feelings, and those are my feelings. These are my thoughts. A type 9 individual really hasn't had a good boundary development stage. They might have been close to a parent, or close to a group of people. So boundaries are very important for a child's development, healthy development. And so having boundaries is one of those things that type 9s need some more work developing, because it's almost like they have a hard time knowing where they end and somebody else begins, especially somebody that they're very close to. It's almost like, is what I'm thinking and what I'm wanting really what I want, or is it what the other wants, the other person wants? And so boundaries, understanding where do I end, where does the other person begin, what do I want? And the tagline for this book is when to say yes and when to say no to take control of your life. And so for type 9s, they tend to also be, we tend to be very people pleasing sometimes, because we don't really know our own preferences and wants as well. So it's almost like we're saying yes, we're saying no, or not really saying no that often, honestly. We're saying yes a lot to things that might not even be what we really want, but because we haven't become clear about our desires, our wants, our preferences, we are not really saying authentic yeses. And one of the things that this book helps you understand is, until you can say no, especially for those people pleasing type 9s, that they want to keep everybody happy and stay away from conflict. When you can't say no, when you're afraid to say no, you're not really saying authentic, true yeses ever, right? Because the whole idea of saying a yes is that you have an option to say no, and you chose yes. But if your only option in your mind is saying yes, if you can't say no, then you're not saying a real yes. And so highly recommend checking this book out. It can truly change your life as a type 9, because you learn to say authentic no's, authentic yeses, and understand who you are by understanding your boundaries. They keep using the metaphor of a yard. You know your yard from your neighbor's yard through the fences, through the boundaries, right? You know what's your responsibility. You know what's yours to control, and you know what's the neighbor's, to control and manage. And understanding, okay, what am I responsible for? These feelings, these thoughts, like, where do I begin? Are these emotions, the emotions that I'm feeling are my emotions, or am I just picking up the other person's emotions, the people that I'm close to emotions, or thoughts, or beliefs? So, okay, understanding where do they end and where do I begin, and what's mine to manage? What are my actual beliefs? What are my actual thoughts, emotions? All those things are so healthy for type 9s to feel through and think through and develop healthy boundaries, because until you build healthy boundaries, you're relating to other people and you're connecting to other people from not an authentic place, right? Because you haven't said, this is who I am. So you're just like this, like, it's almost like you're like a faded version of yourself that doesn't have clear boundaries. So it's almost like when you get close to someone, then you start picking up so much of who they are, and they're relating to a version of you that's the version of you that you use when you're close to them. And it's almost like that it has characteristics of theirs into your identity, and they're relating to a person that's very pleasant to be around, but is that who you really are? A lot of times type 9s might not say what they really believe about something, because they are afraid that that's going to cause conflict and separation as a result if they say what they really think, what they really believe. I've been in many situations where there were like these opposing viewpoints, between friends of mine, and then I would just take everybody's side. Like, oh yeah, I agree with that, and I agree with that. It was almost like I had no boundaries, no clear understanding of what do I believe within me. Not what I already know the points of other people really well, but what do I think? And that's a question that you need to have healthy boundaries in order to be able to answer. So the next book that I'm going to recommend is very similar to the gifts that you gain by developing healthy boundaries. And it's a concept that I wasn't really familiar with until this last year, and through my awesome, beautiful girlfriend's recommendations. She has recommended to me so many awesome books because she's really into psychology, and being close to that to someone, it can really magnify where you're strong and where you're weak at. And so she was like, you can really benefit from this book. So she recommended it to me, and I've been reading it. Sorry that I keep bending over. I was trying to keep the books out of frame, so it's kind of a surprise. But this book, I mean, every chapter, it almost like I can't even get out of my chair after reading every chapter, because I'm like, if somebody just showed me this earlier, if somebody just told me about this concept earlier, this would have saved me so much heartache and trouble and pain. But sometimes we do have to go through those pains to realize how valuable a lesson a book contains. Codependent No More. How to Stop Controlling Others and Start Caring for Yourself. This book is very popular, and it says 25th anniversary edition. So it's been over 25 years old, and has helped many people. Every single book that I have today they have helped many people, including myself. So codependency, really, as this book defines it, is when you allow someone else's emotions and thoughts and feelings to completely dominate and rule what you believe and allow it to control you. Now, that is my understanding of it. I might have butchered the actual definition of it greatly, but for me, the reason this book was helpful is because, so this book, codependency really became popular because it was an issue that the spouses of alcoholics or other drug addicts would really encounter all the time. So, when someone's addicted to a substance, they can cause a lot of havoc and chaos in the lives of other people. And if those people, the people around the addict, don't have good boundaries, don't know where they end, where the other person begins, what's the addict's responsibility, what's their the spouse's responsibility, for example. When those things are not clear, sometimes a codependent is a person that constantly feels like they are responsible for that addict. They need to control them, they need to control their behavior, their emotions, their everything, their life. And by controlling that other individual, they now control their life. That's like the mentality of a codependent. So it's almost like, I don't have sovereignty and individuality, and I only gain happiness and fulfillment through making somebody else be what I want them to be and act the way I want them to act so that I can feel happy. It's very like, until they change, I can't change. And just saying these things out of my mouth feels like, oh man, someone's gonna get offended. Because sometimes when I read this book, I'm like, oh my gosh, like it's those truths that you hear about yourself sometimes that are hard to fathom and understand, and hard pills to swallow, that are the most helpful and that you most need to hear. Sometimes when I read this book, I'm just like, if I feel personally attacked, as they say on social media sometimes, but it's so, it just knows, it's almost like it just knows inside you and how you feel and what you think. Especially for a lot of type 9s, we tend to have codependent behaviors, right? Because we don't have good boundaries, going back to the book I was just recommending earlier. And so we think that what another person feels is obviously what we feel, and so the more we can make them happy, the more we can be happy. And the other person does not need to be an alcoholic. It can just be anybody that you're super close to. And as long as you, type 9s use people pleasing a lot, as long as you people please them, then you're good. You know, if they're happy, you're happy. And you're constantly stuck in this game of, I am a victim to them, right? To their moods, to their actions, to their behaviors. A lot of this book is also, saying again, repeating what the book Boundaries talks about, but it says it from a very different point of view, similar but different point of view. And sometimes we need the same concepts, the same essential truths told to us in different ways because it digests in different ways. But I can make an entire video about just this book alone. I haven't even finished it yet, so I'm sorry that I'm recommending a book I haven't finished, but I'm almost finished with it. And it's every chapter, even if you read one chapter of this, it can change your life forever. It's so powerful. I can talk, I can't say enough good things about it. And just holding it in my hand right now feels like an honor, because it's like holding something that you know for a fact has changed many people's lives, and there's power in that. Can't recommend it enough. Please check this one out. If you don't check other one of these books out, this, if you're gonna just check one out, this is the one. So yeah, I'm just gonna stop talking about it because otherwise I won't be able to. Okay, I felt like I have to say one more thing about this and why I feel like this book is so powerful. Codependent No More. I want people, who listen to these videos, to watch these videos, to ultimately feel freedom. Feel freedom from their own personality types, entrapments, and patterns that are not helping them and serving them. And I know this book can bring that freedom for a lot of people, especially a lot of type 9s, because we tend to be codependents often. We really want to keep the peace, keep other people happy, and think that if they are not happy, then we are not happy, or we shouldn't be happy. This book will give you that freedom to be your own person. And I want all of these books, and the work for a lot of type 9s is to become our own people, our own person. Not who other people want us to be, not what the world says you should be, not who people closest to us say we should be or should act like. Who do we want to be? The freedom that you gain from being true to yourself and living that out is a freedom that will bring true peace. Because as long as you're playing the game of let me be who others want me to be, you're always at the mercy of other people's validation and approval of you. And that's not freedom, that's enslavement. And that's something that I feel like as humanity we are starting to grow out of. For many years people had to conform, had to be who the society wanted them to be. But with the internet, with all the awesome technology that we have now, we are starting to be able to be more ourselves and have that be okay. And this book can help you on that journey of becoming your authentic best self. Next book. The next book is an audiobook that I read. Audiobook that I listened to. And this audiobook brought me, so let me preface this by saying, in Enneagram, each type goes to another type or starts becoming similar to another type in times of integration or in health, or goes to another type or starts becoming similar to another type in times of disintegration or stress. So the types that type 9 goes to in stress and in health, in stress it goes to type 6. And it becomes very doubtful, very uncertain. Imagine, type 9s can already be uncertain. So imagine becoming even more stressed and even more unsure and uncertain. It's just an awful experience for type 9s. And I've gone through it. And and it's everything but peaceful, and in health, type 9s go to 3, so become very, very active. When they move to 3, basically, that's as a result of them becoming aware of their own desires and preferences and goals and ambitions and purpose, and then having what they call, the virtue of type 9 is right action. They know the right thing that they want, that's right for them, and they're going to now take action. So they're going to that 3, becoming very action oriented, and it's a beautiful space for us type 9s to be. It's very fulfilling that now you've become clear. Okay, now I'm clear. This is who I am. This is what I want. Now I'm going to go after it. It's almost like a miracle when that happens for type 9, because you've gotten so used to, if you're in the average level or unhealthy levels of your type, you've gotten used to just going with what everybody else wants, never asking yourself, what do you want? What do you think? What do you think your life is all about? And just going with the flow of, unhealthily going with the flow. Going with the flow is a great thing, but when you're just going with the flow and are completely unaware of who you are and what you want, that's not healthy. That's unhealthy. And so when it's becoming healthy, it's going to that type 3. It's clear, it's taking action, and it's just awesome. And that's how every type feels when they go to their integration. It just feels awesome. It feels empowering. It feels freeing. It feels like you're literally breaking the chains of your personality and just getting out of it and moving forward. So that's all great and dandy, and hopefully with these books you can step into that right action. That's the whole goal. It's to help type 9 step into that right action. Go slowly, slowly but surely move towards becoming your own person, developing your own sense of boundaries and purpose and mission, and then taking action towards accomplishing your mission in this life. So that's great, but the type 6 move, when it goes to type 6 and stress, that just feels awful. And sometimes that whole move, move to type 6 or move to type 3, that whole thing can take seconds, but sometimes it can take months, weeks, years. I probably should have said weeks, months, years, but I knew that it definitely can take months, because it did for me. And when you go to that stress point, basically what that means is you are now becoming aware of certain truths that have been in your blind spot. And they are tough pills to swallow when you start seeing certain things about yourself that you were completely unaware of. And the goal is to become aware and then go into action. Become aware, face what you need to face your shadow, really, what has been in your shadow, the things that you have been unaware of, and then get into right action. And so for me, basically, what I went through was a couple-month period where I realized I'm not living my life for myself. Not like in a selfish way. Selfishness gets a bad rep sometimes, but there is a healthy awareness of self. Being aware of what you want. What are you even in this life for? What is your purpose? What drives you? What motivates you? What are you inspired by? What are the gifts you are here to give? Becoming aware of those, you can say that's healthy I don't even want to say selfishness, but it's healthy self-awareness. You're becoming self-aware. Sometimes type 9s can be unaware of their self and think that's great and selfless, and you're serving, but you're not your own person at all. You're not aware of who you are. And so life, when it moves you to type 6, is trying to make you aware of what you haven't been seeing. And a lot of times what the type 9s have not been seeing is who they are. They've been seeing what everybody else wants and what everybody else thinks and what they believe and what they want. They know that really well. They know what everybody else wants, but they don't know what they want. So when you're going to type 6, it's life saying, hey, okay, now you haven't been facing that. You haven't been asking yourself, what do you want? Now we're going to make you ask yourself, what do you want? Why are you here? And as unpleasant as that experience is, it contains gifts that continue it's a tree that continues bearing fruit. It's a work that's, shadow work sucks, but it's so impactful and helpful. And if you want to learn more about shadow work, my girlfriend actually has a free online course on it that I'll tag that in the description box in this video. So check that out if you want to do shadow work. But basically for me, life forced me to ask myself, what do I want? But until I really become aware of why I'm even feeling so much distress, until I can put my finger on it, I was completely in a victim mentality mode for like a 2 or 3 month period where I was just like, I've been, living my life for other people. They taking advantage of me. I'm a victim. Da da da. Like all the things that I have done myself, but I was like pointing the blame. I was angry, and type 9s. They are part of the anger triad. They are part of the body types of the Enneagram, which are the type 8, type 9, and 1. And they are so disconnected from their anger. At least the 8s express their anger. The 1s shove down their anger, but they're aware of their anger. Type 9s just become unaware. They just shut off that feeling, the impulse to anger, and then they just become like, oh, I'm just a peaceful person. But they're like completely turning off the anger signal, that sometimes the anger signal can have a lot of great messages for type 9s. So it's important to be in touch with that anger, because it's not to express it, but it's to maybe express it in healthy ways, but it's pointing you towards something. It's trying to get you to see something. And for me, when I was unaware of all this that was happening, for me, I was just angry and I couldn't really understand why. But I was in a victim mentality. I was angry, I was hurt, I was sad, I was depressed, I was all these things when I was in my stress point until, and the reason this audiobook is so impactful in this journey is because it was until I listened to this book that I was like, just something went on. A light came on in my mind. I was like, oh my God, I've been, completely playing the victim, completely not, facing my stuff. And yet in this book, I was like, this book it's called Can't Hurt Me by David Goggins. It's probably like the #1 selling book on audiobook on Audible last year. I don't know how many books have that many 5-star ratings from that many people, but this book has just raving reviews and everything, because it's so powerful and it's from true experience. It's not somebody just saying, I've just studied this, which that's great too, don't get me wrong, but it's from personal experience of this man, like overcoming some of the most like just horrible situations, and not choosing to play the victim in the end. He did go through his own victim mentality at times, but he overcame all that. David Goggins, when I was reading, it's basically like a biography of his life, and combined with lessons that he learned from these different experiences that he shares. Like, he's gone through like the Navy SEALs training, which is like the hardest training in the world, 3 times. 3 times. 1 time of buds is enough. 3 times he's gone through it. And he had a very abusive father from an early age that would, he was hitting his mom, if I remember correctly. And so as a child, how traumatic, you can imagine how traumatic that can be, or you might unfortunately know how traumatic that can be personally in your own life. But ultimately choosing not to be a victim of those circumstances, which is what David Goggins chose to not do, victimize himself, that was just so life-giving for me to read and listen to. And it started a fire inside me, and a good fire. Like, if this guy faced these circumstances and decided not to be a victim, who am I to victimize myself? Like, what I'm going through is not even 1% as awful as this, and I'm victimizing myself. I have no reason. And it pushed me towards right action, towards initiative, towards action. And so it was so empowering. It was a gift from God to me when I stumbled upon that book, and it changed everything. It got me facing my stuff, dealing with my issues, And slowly but surely, it pushed me and moved me in the right direction towards becoming clear about who I am, and then being willing to take action to make my dreams a reality. So can't recommend and thank David Goggins enough for that book, because he said, you know, he was so far away from that unpleasant reality that used to be his life, and had gotten out of it for, you know, so many years. But to have to write this book and go back into the swamp, as he called it, get back in that pain, and bring these gems out of it, you know, bring it out for us to see so that we can learn from his experience. It was very painful for him to have to do that, but he did it, because nothing can hurt him. And because he faced that and he did that, he gave us this book as a gift of facing his own shadow and painful memories. And so I can't thank him enough. He's probably not going to watch this ever, but if ever somehow he does, thank you, David Goggins, for that book. It truly changed my life. So on to the next books. This is probably the longest book, not probably. This is the longest video in this series that I have made. But as a type 9, I just felt like, you know, I don't mind the video being long, but as long as it can help people, I wanted to do that. So as long as it takes to make sure I get all these books and you know, hopefully talk enough good about them that inspires you to check them out, because I truly believe they can change your life. So I'm gonna go maybe a little bit faster through the next few books, and then we'll wrap up this series. And yeah, I'll just go ahead and thank you for checking it out if you have been following the series so far. So the next book is by one of my favorite people, one of my favorite, how do you describe them? Influencers, entrepreneurs, artists, creatives online. His name is Chase Jarvis. I actually had the pleasure of meeting him at Summit of Greatness by Lewis Howes in 2018. And it was just, it was a true joy to get to meet one of the people that I've been inspired by for a few years now. He has a book, this is the next book I'm going to recommend. It's called Creative Calling by Chase Jarvis. I've listened to the audiobook, and I love when authors narrate their own books, which is what he does in this one. But the reason I want to recommend this book is because one of the biggest tasks for type 9s to do is to understand what their calling is. What do they want to do in this life? What is their purpose? And I remember one time someone asked me, like, what do you want? And I went on and explained to them this what I thought I want. Which the question alone was startling. When I heard it, I was like, whoa, like, I didn't think I would be so shocked to be asked that and then have to answer that. But it was one of those things that it was a gift to be asked that question. It is definitely a gift that people around type 9s can give them on a frequent basis. If they ask them, hey, is this what you really want? What do you want, or what do you think? Give them that opportunity to express that, because you might not realize how big of a gift that could be to a type 9, as it was for me when someone asked that. And out of all people, it was just a cab driver driving me to the airport this last summer, and he just asked me that, just, you know, nonchalantly. And then I went on and explained to him kind of like the dreams that the place I was working at the time, like the goals of the company. And then he was like, no, what do you want? Don't tell me what the company wants and what, you know, you guys are gonna go achieve, your team is gonna go achieve. What do you want? And I was like, that's when it really set in, the reality that, wow, I am not living for myself. I am living other people's dreams. Which doesn't mean that what other people want is bad, but it has to be yours, right? It has to be your dreams. You are here to live this life. And you are given the gifts, the desires, the purpose for your life. I believe that a divine, you know, creator, God, source, created us, and he gave us a purpose. He gave us a mission. Now, whatever your belief is, I really don't feel like that changes, the reality that we all have a purpose. We all have a mission. Otherwise, we wouldn't be here. I feel like that. I feel like our souls came to Earth because they had a purpose, they had a function, they had a mission that they wanted to carry out. They had a calling, and our job is to discover that calling and then live that calling out. And that's why this book, Creative Calling, really helped me ask myself, what do I want, and how can I start taking action and initiative and move towards that? Because Chase Jarvis's story really reminded me of myself and his personality too. But he really reminded me of myself in terms that he was living other people's dreams for his life for a long time. He at first was like a really good soccer player, and then I think he decided to be a doctor or a lawyer or something that requires like a lot of graduate school and things like that. And one day he, I say one day, but I mean over a course of time, he realized like this is not his passion. He's really good at doing it. He's really good at accomplishing it and achieving the goals that are set for him by other people's expectations. He's really good at getting stuff done, and he can be successful at those things. But is that what he really wants? And it wasn't. He wanted to be a photographer. He wanted to be an artist. He wanted to be a creative. And so he was like, you know what? I've spent all this time studying all these things, practicing these things that are not really my true calling. But the sooner or whenever you start, it's better than, on your creative calling journey. Whenever you start, it's better than not starting at all. To me, what would be super regretful is to lay on my deathbed and think, man, I didn't live my creative calling. I didn't live my life and my purpose out. I didn't do the work to discover it and then live it out. To me, that would be a very painful, regretful thing to live through. So for me, I always want to make sure that what I'm living out is like my purpose, my destiny, my creative calling. And this book, hearing Chase's story and how he had already sacrificed, the sunk cost was already a lot. He had already spent so much time and so much energy and so much money on these other tasks and callings, and not callings but tasks and journeys, but they weren't his. So he still chose to pursue his creative calling even though he had already given all that. And he decided that's worth more. Living that creative calling out is worth more. And it was so inspiring for me, essentially like seeing how much success he has achieved, but success that he's achieved doing what he wants, because he could have been successful doing what other people wanted. He was good at those other things too, but it wasn't what he wanted. And so just because he could have been successful at these other callings doesn't mean he would have been fulfilled having done so. And so it's just a very great inspiring story by a phenomenal man that I think you guys would benefit a lot from checking it out. Or if you don't want to, just go ahead and buy the book off the bat, just go and check some of his videos out. He has a lot of awesome podcast interviews and just different videos that he's made for people, all about creativity and finding your calling, and they're all so phenomenal. Now, since we are on the topic of creativity, how can I ever have a conversation on creativity, on taking initiative in your life without mentioning this book? So the next book is called The War of Art by Steven Pressfield. I've already recommended this book a decent amount of times in this series, or a book by Steven Pressfield, because I love this man and his books. But The War of Art was one of those books that, it gave me a superpower because it allowed me to really take initiative and get stuff done. Because for Type 9, sometimes taking initiative and getting stuff done and making stuff happen, it feels like a superpower. Because for so long you've kind of learned to go with the flow and just let other people make the decisions, and you just do what is asked of you, but to take initiative. That just feels so empowering for type 9s. And that's what the world of art, it's written for artists and entrepreneurs and anybody deciding to do anything creative with their lives. It's written for those people, but really we're all creating our lives. Our life is a creative expression, if we so choose it to be. Doesn't mean you have to go paint or write a book or make a video or so on and so forth. Living a life that you have, that you've decided to live, that's a creative task, because a lot of us, it's almost like other people decide for us what we should do with our lives and we just do it. It's almost like we don't take any creative initiative. Like, just because so many people have followed this path doesn't mean that's my path. And so doing the work to clarify your path and then face the obstacles of accomplishing your mission and your purpose and your creative calling, the obstacles are many, are plentiful, but they all can come down to one thing that the Steven Pressfield identifies in the world of art, and he puts this umbrella term, the resistance. Resistance can take many forms. It's basically all the obstacles that we're going to encounter on our creative calling, on our work, as he calls it. And to know that we are indeed in a war, anytime we try to improve our lives, we try to do something creative, we try to move what he calls from like a lower state of like evolution and consciousness to a higher state. We aspire to start a business, write a book, lose weight, whatever thing that's gonna move us from this lower level to a higher level. Whenever we decide to take that step, resistance is like what is in between. On the journey, resistance is the part of us that hates change, hates us growing. So it's almost like it employs all these different tactics to keep us from evolving. And it's almost like it's our ego's way of wanting to keep us stuck to what it knows and is familiar to the ego. So resistance is what all these things that we're going to face. And by Steven Pressfield identifying those elements and talking about them and sharing his own experience of fighting them and overcoming them, he loves to like speak about things from a very like Spartan war, Greek mythology kind of way. He has a huge affinity with that kind of ancient culture of like Sparta and that warrior spirit. And so he speaks about fighting and overcoming and winning against the resistance and the battle, and he talks about those terms a lot. But really, it's true. Like, it's a battle. We are fighting a fight against resistance, and it's our creative calling requires us to overcome that to accomplish our mission, our calling. And so check that book out for type 9s. It can be so helpful. And it certainly was monumental in my journey. It gave me another tool in my toolkit of accomplishing things that proved to be tremendously useful and valuable. So that's the War of Art. Now, this next book is a book I've already recommended to type 1s and type 7s, but I'm going to recommend it here again to type 9s, because based on what I was just talking about, based on what I said about creative calling, pursuing what you are here to do, what the gift that you are on this planet at this time to give to the world, that creative calling, your mission, your function that you're here to fulfill. When you're on that journey, when you are trying to do that, when you're trying to authentically put yourself out there and share your gifts with the world and pursue your creative calling, one thing that you might encounter is, criticism and feelings of shame and feelings of unworthiness. And if you are a perfectionist, a lot of times what tends to happen is that you are a perfectionist in order to avoid shame and criticism and guilt. So it's almost like you're actually making yourself more prone to all those negative feelings that you don't want to experience, shame, guilt, and so on and so forth. And this book, The Gifts of Imperfection by Brene Brown, Brene Brown is a shame researcher, shame researcher. So she studies shame for a living and then talks about it. And she talks about all the forms that it can take. And so this book, the reason I wanted to recommend it is because as you go through your journey of expressing your creative calling, of living your life authentically, after you have established good boundaries, after you have gotten present, after you have overcome codependent tendencies, and after you have overcome any sort of feelings of victim mentality, and you have discovered your creative calling, and now you're going to take action. You have read the War of Art. You now know the battle that you will be in as you pursue your creative calling and face resistance. Now you're putting yourself out there. Now you might get negative feedback, as anyone will when they put themselves authentically out there. And if you haven't created and developed the sense of what Brene Brown calls shame resilience, you won't have the necessary toolkit to feel shame, to see it come up, to see it try to attack you and take you down with it, because shame really aims to make you feel like you are not worthy of belonging and connection and really love. Ultimately, you're not worthy of love. It's what it's trying to tell you. And having the toolkit that is contained within this book, this little book, it's not too long, but it's very impactful. Having that toolkit really allows you to overcome and stand up to shame and say, I will choose authenticity, and I will choose, putting myself out there, even though it might be imperfect, because there's no such thing as perfection. And even though I might get, attacked and, put down, and shame will come up, I will have the shame resilience, and I will continue to be vulnerable, because I believe that is worth it, that is valuable. A life that is lived authentically and vulnerably will lead, and it's the only way that it will lead to a wholehearted life, to a life that's full of connection, full of joy, full of fulfillment, full of purpose. So I think that's it for today. I'm not sure if I recommended every single book that I had on my list, but it's already, these books that I've already talked about are so phenomenal and incredible and powerful that either one of them, any one of them, can completely transform your life. And as a type 9, to all of our type 9 listeners, I just want you to one day look at your life and say, I chose that life. I chose to live my life on my own terms, based on my own values, based on what I desired for my life, and based on what I believe is my unique purpose and calling in this life, and based on understanding what is the gift that you are here to give. Because the sad reality for a lot of type 9 individuals is that they might go their life on autopilot, or allowing other people to drive their car, telling them what to do and what to pursue in their life, and what is a worthwhile belief to have, what is not. Just everything is dictated to them by other people versus them deciding for themselves. But a lot of times the reason they are putting off deciding for themselves is because deep down they think that they think they're not good enough to choose their own values and live their own life. They think that other people are better than them, and they should be the ones deciding for them. But that's not true. Nobody's better or lower than anybody else. We are all on an even playing ground. And for type 9 individuals, what we need to hear is that your life, your mission, your purpose matters. What you are here to do matters. You matter. And what you feel deep down in your heart is the right action for you to take, it matters. Pursue that. Don't put off living your life for any longer than you already have. You are worthy of a purposeful, meaningful life. And my hope is that these books will help you live that life. So thank you guys for bearing with me in the longest video that I have made, but I truly felt like this topic, these books, Enneagram, and the lessons that I've learned from these books is worth any second that I spend, talking to you about them in the hopes that you check these out, because I know and I believe that they can truly change your life. As thrown around as that term is, but it's true. It could change your life, and you could wake up a few months, a year, few years, from now and say, man, doing that work of waking up to myself, waking up to my own dreams and desires and wishes and preferences for my life, as hard as that was in the beginning, it was the most worthwhile task that I ever took on. And so I hope you enjoy it, and if this video was helpful for you in any way, please like it. That means a lot to me. And subscribe if you would like to see more videos about the Enneagram and other things that I come across that I believe can help us live a more wholehearted life. Thank you, and I'll talk to you guys soon. Bye.